But is that Norway? It's from a free stock photo site. I just like it because it's a cabin in the woods near a mountain. Hi everyone. Welcome to the stream. It's Tuesday. I hope everyone's having a good week so far. Alferg's here, Helga Sanchez is here, Adil is here, all of whom also watched Helga Sanchez's stream on Sunday, at least in part, where you built the microfighter, the Hoth base, the microfighter, and the one that I missed. I still haven't got up on the pod yet. And I guess everybody here also had birthday parties Sunday that they went to as well. Oops. Close the game. Playing Destiny 2, so I won't participate in chat much. That's fine. That's all good. I've heard good things about Destiny. But I've never actually played it. Sorry I didn't stream for 4 to 5 hours. That's fine. That's all good. Stream for as long as you're comfortable streaming. I know it's hard when there's like no chat, and I was like in and out of the chat, cause like then you're just talking to yourself. But you gotta find streamer to streamer, mano a mano. Just finding things to talk about, whether there's a chat or not, always helps. Also, what helps, knowing which button is A and which button is B, so that you don't keep hitting back on the menus when you're supposed to be moving forward. I forgot to make the sticky note that tells me which button is which. I wonder if I can make it now. The Tower of A.R. Rahman, that's why it's a dollar. That was a bad joke. It's I'm gonna see if I have like 1x1s. Not the Hoth base, just a Stormtrooper battle pack. Oh, the Stormtrooper battle pack. I saw like the snowy hill and all that stuff, so I assumed it was Hoth. I'm gonna dig through my spare parts real quick and see if I have all of the colors that I need to make a sort of indicator as to what button is what. This is the thing that I talked about last time, so that I know which button to press for the quick time events, because otherwise I won't know. And it turns out I have the pieces. You know when you just got done your teeth, but you've got a bag of fizzy gummy bottles on your desk? I'm sorry, Alex, I don't know that feeling, if we're being honest. Mostly because I do my teeth at home, and all of my candies and stuff are on my desk. So, do I have... I know I have some trans in my audience, but do I have some trans blue pieces? Do I have any blue pieces? This will have to be just this, 1x1. Oh, is this trans blue or is this black? That's black. Darn lighting. I did not get an Xbox, Adel. This is an Xbox controller plugged into my computer, because it's a Windows computer, so Xbox controllers work on it. So, is this trans blue? Nope, that's black too. Okay, I'm gonna check one more box. The drawer on my desk broke. So now my mouse and keyboard are on the top of my desk, on top of where I build stuff. So building is gonna have to wait until I can fix my desk, just because there's no space to build anymore, which is why I'm doing all of this sorting off camera. And so, let's see here. Really, no 1x1 round blues, trans or otherwise. That is unfortunate. I will check one more spare parts bin, and then I'll get back onto the game. Last of Us ad. Ooh, yes! The advertising cycle for the show has come out, which means I don't need to tell people about it. What's that? Broicky. Welcome, Broicky. Thank you for subscribing. Also, Sarah, welcome, welcome, welcome. It's good to have you on the stream from the TikTok. Letdown. Thank you for subscribing as well. I think we hit a cutscene. Dang, Twitch really about to make me get a Now TV subscription. Watch The Last of Us. I hate Now TV, but it's the only place it'll be in the UK. Oh, that is unfortunate that you have to subscribe to a new thing. See, I can just watch The Last of Us TV show by looking outside my window because they filmed outside of my apartment. Okay, if I don't have a trans blue in this one, or like a blue 1x1 in this one, then I'm giving up. Nope, no blue 1x1s. But I do have a blue 2x2, so I can use that instead. I know, it's interesting stuff because you can't see the pieces that are on my desk right now. I never hit the intended person with the gifted subs. Oh, you're gifting subs. Thank you so much for gifting subs. That's all right. I think you can pick people. When the gifted sub thing comes up, you can choose. 1x1 blue. Perfect. So, for those of you who are just joining, I don't know which buttons I'm supposed to push during QuickTime events on this game because I'm using a controller that I'm not used to. So, I have built this. And this tells me where all the buttons are on my controller, I think. Hold on, let me look. Oops. Pushed a button. Yeah? Close? Pretty close? Red, yellow, green, blue? Cool. I'm going to put this on my screen, on my monitor, so that when the QuickTime events hit, I know what I'm supposed to click on. And that is going to be my cheat. I know some people stick stuff on their screen so that they can like help aim and stuff. I'm sticking stuff on my screen so that I know what color button to push at any given time. Okay. This on the screen. Right in the corner there. And let's see if that actually helps. Okay. Catching up on the chat. Now, don't worry about it, mate. I'll sort it out later when I can tolerate a few ads now and then for a bit. The ads should only be coming once an hour. And I disabled the ad time reward because that was always coming up right before or after an ad was running. So it never really worked. You see the feet that thing was referring to in my story? What feet thing?
Thanks.
Is it the feet in the video game? Is it Farah's feet over here? I know that's supposed to be Elika, but she's dressed up like Farah, so... Even though in this game, Farah is the name of the donkey. Let's see if I remember the controls from last week. That would be super helpful. Nope, don't. I don't remember the controls.
I should thank Ormaz?
Donkey. Farah with an H, yeah. I don't know if my sound was working last week, but in the very beginning of this game, the game starts with the Prince of Persia walking through a valley and calling out for Farah, and then Elika comes up and she's like, all right, let me help you find your girlfriend. And he's like, Farah is my donkey. So Farah is his donkey. But yes, I guess I am getting a lot of feet with this. Ah, I remember the button. Okay. I don't think it was a Shrek reference. I think it's just that donkeys are a funny thing. In general, whether they're voiced by Eddie Murphy or not, donkeys are just a lot of fun. Elika now has enough light seeds to activate the power at the temple. Let's go back to the temple and get some more magic powers. Oops, nope. Okay, so the color thing is also not telling me which button is A and which button is B, so the menus are going to be hard. Started watching Willow yesterday, and so far aggressively adequate. Warwick Davis' performance in the first 2 episodes is very ropey. What do you mean by ropey? Is that a Britishism that I don't know? Oops. Well, I read it and Shrek's voice. Shrek, famous Torontonian with his Toronto accent. Could you imagine? Could you imagine if instead of trying to be Scottish, Mike Myers did a Toronto accent for Shrek? It's like, yo, dog, what are you doing in my swamp, dog? Yo, for real though, all these fairy tale creatures need to like get out of my house, dog. This is the worst Toronto accent ever. Wonky, iffy, not very strong, and so forth. But yeah, it's one of those things I've been saying of late. Okay, ropey. Is that similar to like On the Ropes? Like not quite sure of himself. Going between Xbox and PlayStation controllers always has me basically guessing what button to push. I'm telling you, build some Lego, put it on your screen so you know which button to push. And we'll see this week if it actually works. I'm loving Erin Kellyman. I don't think I've seen a single performance of hers that isn't at least fun. Which one is Erin Kellyman again?
I hope this isn't poisonous.
I don't remember by name. And I can't look things up on my computer while I'm playing video games because everything crashes. His performance when he was 17 was stronger in the first 2 episodes. And I can't grasp why. Well, Willow was one of his passion projects, right? Isn't he like an executive producer on it? I don't know why, but I feel like when actors are the producer and the director and the main spearhead behind it, then their acting performance kind of suffers. Or maybe I'm just biased because it's like The Mummy and Black Adam and now Willow. Oh, that's Erin Kellyman. I should remember the name because I made a video about them. Oh well. Anyway, Carly Morgenthau from Falcon and the Winter Soldier and Enfys Nest from Star Wars. Because Disney loves reusing actors for Star Wars. That was the whole point of this week's video. So I'll just continue to streak with the show. Yeah, so I've never been into Willow either. But since everyone's been talking about how much they love the show, I'm like, okay, time to check it out, but I need to watch the movie first, obviously. Oops, that's not the way to go. So I watched the old movie. It was fine. It was like any other adventure movie from the 80s or 90s. Just fun, engaging, but really nothing groundbreaking, nothing world changing. And then I guess I need to watch the show after that. Swing. I made the mistake with Dark Crystal. I still haven't seen Dark Crystal yet. I went to the puppetry museum in Atlanta. They have a National Museum of Puppetry Arts, and they had a traveling showcase. This is when Dark Crystal had just come out, and so they had all of the puppets on display in the museum in addition to their normal Jim Henson traveling display. And I'm like, this is so cool. These puppets are so cool. They're so detailed. I love the Jim Henson Company. And then I started watching the movie, and I was like, they are front loading way too much lore for me to get engaged with this movie. So I need to like put myself into a situation where I'm only watching the movie and not doing anything else, and then hopefully I can get into it. Sorry, Sarah. Yeah, so Alex and I are on the same page with Willow. Just recently started. Yeah. I feel like Willow eases you into the lore a little bit more. Right? You can go from zero to Willow over the course of the movie. They're like introducing things, there's narration and stuff. But when it comes to the Dark Crystal, they just like you go right into it. There's like a paragraph of narration. Nothing makes sense. Everything looks weird. It's not my flavor of escapism. Also, I know it looks like I'm beating up my friend's dad, which is a big no-no. I'm beating up the evil spirit inside of him. Right? He's being possessed by Ahriman. Also, these swords are so cool. I want them. I know I have Altair's actual sword at home. Well, the foam one. But I just... Look at these swords. They're so cool. Ubit Workshop needs to, like, get back on their merch game. That's right. Kick the Ataman out of him. Or I guess the A.R. Rahman. Kick the A.R. Rahman out of him. I watched the Dark Crystal movie when I was so young that it gave me nightmares, but I still love it with all my heart. So that's how I feel about the Jim Henson project and the George Lucas projects and those that are like really, really inside of a fictional world, is that if you watch them as kids, then your suspension of disbelief is there and you can just like no, I want to go to the Royal Palace. Which one's the Royal Palace? This one. Because even with Star Wars, like I watched Star Wars before I had like memories, before I could form memories. And so now I like Star Wars as a grown-up, but when I show Star Wars to grown-ups, they're like, no, this is dumb. Why would you like this? And I'm like, okay, so it's a kid's thing. And then when I talk to people online, aside from Maria, they're all like, oh, I watched Star Wars as a kid. That's why I love it now. And I feel like Willow and the Dark Crystal are the same thing. Willow, I feel like when the show came out, a lot of people were like, pretended that they liked Willow the whole time. But, because I don't believe that there were this many Willow fans and then nothing happened for like, what, 40 years? Is it as bad as one episode of Doctor Who that is basically 50 minutes of PowerPoint presentation about the Doctor's unknown past, short intermissions of Cyberman stuff? Is that a real episode, Alex? Do they actually have a Doctor Who PowerPoint presentation that's just 50 minutes of talking about the Doctor's unknown past, intercut with Cyberman stuff? Because when I got into Doctor Who, it was back when Sci-Fi Channel was a thing, before they rebranded to Sci-Fi. And it was just a random episode that I saw. It was
No one can tell you the future.
10th Doctor, the episode where he's like stuck on a plane and there's a monster that mimics people, but then as the monster gets more powerful, it starts to mimic people before they say something, and he's like trying to find the monster. So like no idea what Doctor Who is, no idea what's going on, or what the stakes are, or what the world is, and I was engaged immediately in Doctor Who. So, but that was also when I was a teenager, so maybe you just have to be young. As a Dark Crystal fan, I feel like you can jump in with the new series. You get the lore all the way along the way. Midnight was my first episode. Yes, so I guess I lucked into watching a good first episode. But yeah, Doctor Who I feel like is one of those shows where you can just jump into it, and as long as you're on board for the camp of it, you don't really need to know what's going on. And the lore is so inconsistent that like it's probably worse if you know what's going on when you're jumping into it, but then you sort of feel it along the way. Yes, that is an episode. It's basically just, here's the past you never knew about before William Hartnell with the Doctor, locked in a stasis field and just forced to listen to the Master Waffle with lots past while the companions deal with the Cybermen. Okay, I haven't seen that episode, but if I had to guess, that sounds like an episode that the studio would insist on. Honestly, that is better than the whole first season of the 2005 stuff. For Doctor Who, so I went back and I watched. So after I was hooked with that one, and then I think the episode is called Turn Left, was the second one that I watched, where the companion like went to an alternate reality where she never met the Doctor. So those were both very good. So then I went back and started with the Eccleston, the Ninth Doctor. Oops. And that started with the Mannequins one, and I remember the Adipose one.
Don't let go.
And it wasn't too bad. I don't think it was too bad. 10th Doctor is still my favorite, but I don't think those were too bad.
Over this way.
Okay, where are we going? This way. Okay, I guess I really lucked out with my first couple episodes, so I'm not an unbiased source when it comes to starting Doctor Who. But yeah, that was just like a random weekday on Sci-Fi Channel, so I guess they'd just gotten the rights to Doctor Who, so they were like showing all of them. But I had already been watching Sci-Fi Channel for like Eureka and Warehouse 13, because those are really, really good shows. I don't think I know anyone who's also watched Eureka and Warehouse 13, but they're like real good shows. Sarah has also seen Warehouse 13 and Eureka. Fantastic. But I lost Sci-Fi Channel before those shows ended. I heard they didn't end too well. Dun, dun. Okay.
Royal Gardens. I wish I could have come here more often. I never found the
I watched
time.
some of Eureka. It was fun. It was fun.
1 minute you're rich,
I remember
next you're staring the end of the
they
world.
had just the tiniest cell phones in Eureka, and that's what I wanted.
Ego looks small.
I wanted that like my whole life, just a tiny like
Let's use the
size of a thumb cell phone. It would have been so cool. I know I already talked so much about how I love how smooth this game is. Like with the combos and with all that stuff.
These were gardens. Where are
Went
all
longer than they had Steam to go.
Corruption.
Okay, so that's probably what I missed out on. I watched until just after the crossover episode,
My mother died.
and I didn't make it much farther than that because I lost Sci-Fi Channel.
We can raise it if we fill that pond. It's a counterweight. The cranks control sluice gates that let the water flow to those control ponds.
Any idea which one we move first?
I think we should start over there. But as for how we open the sluice gates, I only ever saw the plate raised once as a child, and I've never seen the plate active.
Okay, let's figure out. Oops, that is a drop. This is a puzzle where something needs to happen. So water is coming from somewhere, I think. From here. Okay. How do I move that one? Where's the crank for this one? Okay, let's try this.
Careful. It's corruption flowing through there. But the counterweight should still work.
Okay. So then, water goes here. Let's try this one. No. I think I figured it out. I am so smart. No! Dang it. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna try these ones twice so that they line up again, and then do the bottom one twice so that it lines up again.
That's it.
Or not.
Got surprised?
Or not.
Once we fill the other control point, then they should move the plate up.
Let's get over there then.
Okay. I love it when I accidentally solve a puzzle too early. It's great. I started watching the 60s Doctor Who, and wow, the first Doctor was an ass his first day. He just tried to cave a caveman's head with a rock. Yes, he did. He was also just mean to his, like... I guess she was supposed to be his daughter, but later became the companion. And also mean to, like, the science teachers? There were 2 teachers that were with him. He's just a mean dude. Yeah, when 13th meets the first Doctor, he comments how he doesn't remember being quite so mean. That's good. I'm like convinced that the people who think he was grumpy only watched that episode, because 2 stories later he softens up quite a bit. Their Doctor is pretty cool. I didn't have the patience for that for more than a couple arcs of the first Doctor. It was his 12th Doctor, but yeah, I hate the story so much because it fundamentally misunderstands the first Doctor in every way, but the point is, the first Doctor's timeline, he was a lovely old goofy dude. So he, like, became a lovely old goofy dude, I guess. Because I've only seen the first few episodes, and he, like... I mean, he's not a dick the whole time, but he's certainly a dick. That's not gonna work. Okay, let's try this one. His granddaughter, Ian and Barbara. Yes, those are the ones. I totally remember the show. Haven't seen it in 3 years, but I totally remember.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. Now let's try turning these ones. Then... Oh, it doesn't go uphill. It only goes downhill. Okay, let's try turning these ones then. Nope. Wrong direction. Okay. Now we're cooking with gas. I don't know what that means, but now we're doing it. Nope. This one needs to be straight. Okay. Oops. No. Straight. This one needs to be not straight. Or this one also needs to be straight. If that one's straight, then this one also needs to be straight. Okay. So these four are correctly situated, and oops, almost fell off. Nope. It's just 60 minutes of meandering misogyny and terrible lazy score with fantastic Peter Capaldi and David Bradley performance. I mean, isn't that a lot of Doctor Who though? Just meandering? Not the misogyny, but the meandering. Okay. If I turn this one more time. No. Okay, I'm gonna try turning this once. That way. No. Turn this twice. And then turn this once. We got a bot. I'm not too worried about the bot, if I'm being honest. Journey day. Okay, what if I turn these ones, and instead of going straight, I go the long way? This might work. Nope. Like that. And then turn these ones twice, so that that corner one is in the other corner, and then the two bottom ones are still straight. Yes! That took some doing. Capaldi was so great, even though the episodes were hit and miss. But yeah, the last episodes have plots to meander around the episode. This just doesn't have one, and it's abysmal.
The power plate's clear. We can reach the
He was
fertile
all out of
ground.
whack because he doesn't remember doing any of that. Okay. That, I mean, so I've never seen the episodes with multiple doctors. I've never seen the team up episodes. So I don't actually know, like I know how they work because time travel, but I don't know the specifics, you know what I mean? Okay. Where does this go? Let's find out.
Way of light.
See, I don't even have to do anything. There's no buttons to press. Here we go. No monsters. I spoke too soon. I spoke way too soon. Oh, lady, you don't know me at all. I am very weak in body and weak in purpose. Okay. Okay. The button thing is definitely helping just a little bit. no Elika slash Farah. Oops. I didn't even know which button I was supposed to push. Again, missed the button prompt. I need to stop mashing and actually pay attention, huh? There was no button prompt. I didn't push anything. Okay, let's back away from the snooze. Maybe that's what's causing the problem.
Another man falls. Strong and fast. Can't believe that.
Work your magic.
Gaining strength.
I know. I'm trying to defeat her as fast as possible.
You can do it.
It's not giving me the button prompts for that.
Use your gauntlet.
Okay, let's get out of the ooze. Did I win?
Where's she
Okay.
gone?
Classic series was the most.
Fine.
The meandering was because they had to pad the episodes a tad because they got their budget per episode, so they made stupid cheap episodes in the middle so they can afford the bigger stuff. Nice.
Feel the ground to get out of there.
That's a good way of doing it. Yeah, you're 20 minutes past bedtime. Way too late for me to be ranting about Twice Upon a Time. Should really go to sleep. Only 20 minutes past bedtime? What time is it there? Last thing I'll say on Twice Upon a Time. The thing that annoys me the most is the fact that the episodes prior to that were fantastic and the perfect end to the 12th Doctor, yet because of scheduling issues with Chris Chibnall, they had to extend Capaldi and Moffat's run by an episode, so this episode was made, and I hate it. Okay. So if that's the reason that you hate it, then not knowing any of that stuff when I go in is definitely going to help. It's 20 to 2, so I would say it's 20 minutes until bedtime, not 20 minutes past bedtime.
With my mother.
But I know you're looking at work again and trying to figure out your schedule again, so
Place is now.
There were fountains
honestly,
all around
why are
the
you
forest
even here,
fence,
Alex? I love having you here.
trees,
I love learning more about Doctor Who, but still, sleep is
things
important.
you didn't see anywhere else. They must have been from before, or from outside. She'd bring the children here to look after them.
Never got into gardening, you know? Hey, just plants. We can get you some more.
See?
I find Farah, we can ship them in from wherever you want.
Farah.
Flowers, trees.
Or Farah, I guess, because it's
You
whitewashed.
deserve it. You can make these gardens grow again.
Sleep is très important. Très
Will
important.
that corrupted thing come back here?
We're safe. Ahriman can't cast his shadow here now the land is healed.
Oh, if only it was so easy. Okay, let's get these crystals. Not crystals, seeds. Let's get these light seeds. And head to the next part of the Royal Palace. And hopefully finish the Royal Palace by today. I do need to recharge my meat suit. We can wait 15 minutes. Ah, yes. Circadian rhythms are important, he says, not having a circadian rhythm. I guess all rhythm is important, but circadian rhythms doubly so. I even did a bag of the Lego Orchid to kill time until your stream. Really? That's really nice of you. I do need to recharge my meat suit. Recharge your meat suit. Meat suit. Thanks. I hate it. if it helps, meat suit is more like a mech suit rather than like a dress suit made out of meat. It's not Lady Gaga. It's like Exoforce or Gundam or Power Rangers or any other thing that has exosuits.
There.
I just had to say Exoforce first. Exoforce first so that I can keep my reputation as a Lego person. Because we all know I don't talk about Lego anymore. Flesh vessel seems like it's just a thing to keep stuff in, but it doesn't actually serve a purpose. If you watched my lecture on spirituality, which I know you haven't, because why would you? I like flesh suit because it gives the suit a purpose. Does the meat suit include the muscle or no? I think it's everything outside the bones, right? Unless you consider bones meat. Which I know some Muslims do, because for pork reasons. But yeah, I think it's just everything from the bones outward. Everything outside the bone? Okay, meat suit is everything outside the bone. The spooky, scary skeleton is the pilot, then. Pacific Rim, that's the other one. Your skeleton is the pilot of your meat mech.
Here we go again.
Dang it. It keeps telling me if I move fast enough, then I don't have to fight the enemies, and I don't want to fight the enemies.
You can't get through.
Okay. I thought the brain was the pilot. The brain is also meat, though.
If the powers were meant to protect the fertile grounds, why are we meeting Ahriman friends there?
The lands have been corrupted. Ahriman's followers cannot use the plates. The powers come from Ormaz, the god of light.
Good to know. I don't think that's in the Zenda Vesta, but I will take your word for it, Alika. Brain is jello, not meat? Are you sure? Like, I'm pretty sure vegetarians can't eat brain. Unless they could, that'd be cool. Is bone tasty? If so, it meat. If no, no meat. As an African, I can tell you bone is very tasty. If you cook it right. Dang it. I need to watch Pinocchio still. Which Pinocchio are you watching, Alex? The good one or the other two? Because I still need to watch Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio. Meat has blood and marrow. Brain is jello, not meat. The brain is squish computer. Del Toro's Pinocchio. Hopefully it's Del Toro's Pinocchio. You couldn't hold brain in hand?
Looks clear. Ready to be ambushed?
Also, my hyperdrive juice today
All right.
is a Coke Zero.
If we can make
And
the
I'm really
jump
disappointed that this very, very long cup is the equivalent of a medium from McDonald's. Unless you're American, then it's a small from McDonald's. The new one on Netflix. Yes, that's Guillermo del Toro's. Who was in the other one? Pauly Shore, I think. It's Guillermo del Toro, Tom Hanks, or Pauly Shore. Those are the 3 Pinocchios that came out this year. Okay, I cannot take the plate up. Can I jump across? I cannot jump across. Oh, I forgot I can aim while I fly. Okay, let me try this again. Yeah. Man, if I got that job this summer, I would be playing this game in a completely different context. I just remembered. Or Guillermo del Toro as a game show contestant once said. Hydration check. Thank you for the hydration check. Today's hydration check is water.
It's almost a waste of the irony for it to fall on such a humorless people.
From Thor: Love and Thunder. The movie theater has the Wakanda Forever cups now, but I didn't get one. So it's an option. Alright, time to kill this concubine again. Nope, that was a fake one. I knew that.
And I shall take her place.
I totally knew that. I know which ones are fake. Is she down there? Is she over here? There she is. Oh, thank you for resubscribing, Hyan. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Peasant beverage? There's a third Pinocchio aside from Del Toro and the Tom Hanks one. Yeah, it's the... People were making fun of it on TikTok. It's the one where Pinocchio's like, when do I finally get to be on my own? It was the first one that came out in 2022. Ooh, door opened. Okay. In through the door. And I'm stuck. Ah, this door. And we are slipping and sliding and slipping and sliding and slipping and sliding away. Slipping and sliding and slipping and sliding and slipping. Ooh, can I just skip a section? Yeah, I can. Oops. Also, I love how this game is definitely a platformer that is disguised as not a platformer. Makes me feel like I'm figuring out where to go and I'm not just going in the one direction I can go in. Why is there symbiote on the walls? Well, you see, when the universe was created, there was first, well, it depends on what religion you are, I guess. There was at first a force of light called Ahura Mazda. And yes, the car is named after Ahura Mazda. I have several Lego boxes laying around. Should I keep them? Are you going to use them for anything, Hyan? Because if you're going to use them, use them. If not, recycle. So, the Lord of Light and Knowledge, Ahura Mazda, which the car is named after, created an alternative force called not the Lord, but like the Prince of Darkness, like a demigod of darkness named Ahriman. And the universe that we live in is the battlefield between light and dark. And so, this symbiote on the wall is the manifestation of Ahriman's darkness. And it is my job with my light up girlfriend. Oops.
Think you were there.
With my light up girlfriend to defeat this darkness once and for all and return the order back to the light. And so that, I'm assuming based on the names that they've used in this game, are... Oop. Okay, how do I get past this part?
Are you okay?
It's not just timing the jump. I gotta do something else. So I'm assuming because Ubisoft Montreal actually put some research into their video games that that's what's going on here. Something that has to be stored on my shelves. You can store the sets on your shelves, High-End. Or books. Or CDs. Or Switch games.
Let's try some magic.
You can store... I'm just looking at my shelves. You can store real books and fake books and plushies and Kyber crystals. You can store your little Jasmine plush. Well, that's the thing, is if you want to store your boxes on the shelves, that's fine. But if you want to use your shelves for other things, you can store your boxes at your local recycling plant. I heard they have free pickup if you want to store your boxes there. All you need to do is, oops, that's a cool trick. Oops, wrong button. I don't know if you guys noticed this, but when she threw the pink at me, it reversed my controls. So, that was weird.
Use your gauntlet.
When she threw the pink at me. You guys saw that, right? She just threw some pink at me real quick. See, she did it again. She just threw the pink. And now I can... Oh, they're back to normal. I guess it only works for a few seconds. Also, she's got horse feet. I just remembered that. Come on. See? Ooh, a collage. That could be fun. I need to get away from these walls. Too many cutscenes.
Another man falls.
She keeps pushing her attack button at the exact same time that I push my attack button. Nope, wrong button. And then frame it and then have each one themed. I mean, it's boxes. I don't think you need to frame them. They're pretty sturdy on their own. Or you can just do what I do and have just a big box full of boxes. Because you're too lazy to go to the recycling. It would be super cool if these bad guys did not recharge. But that's okay.
See what powers I have. Strong in body, weak in purpose.
I'm out of reach. Now.
Okay. Alfred, do they not have recycling pickup where you're at? Because here, like, if you live in a house, there's a truck that comes every week to grab recycling. Yeah. We have separate, well, my building doesn't, but if you have a house here, there's separate compost, recycling, and garbage. And I think garbage is picked up once every 2 weeks, and then recycling and compost are every week. So it's good. But yeah, that's where the Lego boxes go. For me, at least. I know my brother likes to keep them, which is why they're still here in the office, along with along with the Disney castle that belongs to him as well. Yeah, I don't have much use for these boxes. They're all super flat and skinny, and you can't put much in them. Come on, this is taking forever. We have garbage trucks, I'm not sure about recycling. That's weird. I always grew up with recycling in the States. We had to, okay. Have fun recharging your meat suit. Not too much fun, though. Good night, Alex. And good night, Alex Sanchez. I think I missed your message, but this is just taking way too long. I think it's because it's the last boss, or this level before I unlock the end game. Just gotta get in the niche. Just gotta get in the niche. Good night. Who else is leaving? As someone who does a lot of DIY, our things Lego cardboard is really nice to make cool stuff. Right, for arts and crafts. So when I made, back in January, when I made my anti-box videos, for lack of a better term, a lot of people were saying that they cut up the boxes and they use them for art projects, which is great. I would do the same thing if I could ever finish an art project, ever. I cannot do that. I do not have the time, space, or patience to do that. So, you know, no Lego art for me. That's just recycling.
Can't believe that.
Stop. Just die already. I know I'm usually not that violent in my content, but like, stop being alive, please. Are you done?
You don't
Is
even
it done?
know your own
Is it
mind.
over? Please. I'll save the boxes for now until I decide on a collage and have more time and space. Good plan. Also, flatten the boxes. Also helps with storage.
No one knows where he is.
So, Ormaz, that I just made fun of, I guess, that's the shortened version of Ahura Mazda, which is the deity of light, the god of light.
1,000 years ago, after the war here, Ormaz imprisoned Ahriman. He left the Ura to guard the prison.
And
And he left. No one knows to where. Since then, the Ura lost the powers he gave them. The prison is weakened.
you can't just pray a bit, bring him back?
If Ormaz were here, he would stop this. He's not, so it is up to us.
That is, that's not in the scripture. But okay. My dad makes wax fire starters with cardboard in the wax. But he doesn't need that much and definitely throw out enough boxes if he needed some. He has enough supply. That's good too, right? If fire starters are useful, they're not useful for me. I would rather not have fires in my immediate vicinity.
Things she said on
I've bought some plastic shelves from Walmart to store things on. I very quickly wanted more.
The Black Gate is
Oh,
open.
are they like the small like drawer
We've entered
shelves?
a corrupted century.
Or is this for sorting your
once we
builds?
heal the fertile ground there.
There is no fertile ground. The essence of that place will rest inside the corrupted.
And they're just gonna let us take it. Much more of this, and I'm gonna have to stop and sharpen this sword.
So funny. So funny. Okay. Can I open the gate now? Is the next question. How do I get there? Do I have to go around again? I have to go around again. Posture check. Thank you, Sarah, for the posture check. No big shelves. This is for sorting my everything. Ah, gotcha. Is it like those garage shelves? Thank you for the hydration check as well. Hi.
This place
I've been
is
slowly
almost
sipping my
nice.
hyperdrive
Looks
juice
like a dark god trying to kill us.
just to feel something, you know. Okay, this time I'm not gonna skip a level just to make sure I get all the light seeds. Because I need 107 more.
Here we go. Now,
Okay, now where do I go? Oh no, I have to go back up. Okay. Do-do-do-do. This game is so pretty. I could just stare at it for hours and not even check the chat. Yeah, the kind of ugly and utilitarian style. Oh, the ones with like the slotted shelves. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Oh, there's a plate here. It didn't even... Okay, maybe this is how I get out. Yep, that's way shorter than the previous.
The palace rooms are 3 large halls across 3 floors. The concubine has probably taken the top floor as her own.
Any way we can tell what's real and what's not?
Just use your instincts.
So it looks like we can do recycling. All of our waste removal is through private vendors, so it's probably an extra fee.
Gotta be right sometime.
Yeah. Usually, I don't know what kind of neighborhood you live in, Alfred, but usually that's covered under the HOA fees. If you don't have to pay that individually. You just kind of, you know, DIY, I guess. I have some wood-like shelves that I have not put up for many a month. Ooh, I like the wood-like shelves. Are they ones that attach straight to the wall? Also, is it not here? Okay, I guess it was somewhere else. I thought it was in the Royal Palace, but there's something really cool I wanted to show you guys. Oh well, time to finish off the level. Da, 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 da. Normally I would use cinder blocks and sheets of wood to build shelves, but with the price of wood being out and being cold out of the plastic ones were cheaper. That's fair. My state, they require to do recycling if they do trash. Interesting. I don't know about state requirements. I know here in Canada, a lot of places are, I think all residences are required to do composting, but my building just doesn't for some reason. It's weird. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll look at... Oops. Reading the chat instead of looking at the pillars. Not sure. I'll look more into it when I move into my new place in the next month or so. You're moving into a new place? I didn't know that. Congratulations. They need to be cut and such, so it needs to be decent weather to spend a few hours cutting things. That too. But I'm sure it'll be a lot nicer looking and sturdier if you had the time and the money to do it that way. Coming from the guy that only makes pre-made furniture. This one I don't have to aim, which is nice. And this one I do have to aim.
Watch out! Ready to go?
Sorry, I'm gonna check on the chat in just a second here, because if I missed any of those, I'd have to start over. They need to be cut and such, so it really only makes sense if wood isn't expensive and if it was warmer. Cinder blocks and wood sheets is kind of ugly, but before 2020 it was dirt cheap per square inch. Interesting. I guess a bunch of agriculture stuff is really going up in price, so for people who don't get raw materials, we'll see that soon enough. Well, I guess we're already starting to see it, but all the agriculture stuff is just getting super duper expensive. Nope, not that one. Is it this one? I guess, does lumber count as an agricultural thing? I'm gonna say it does. The wood's getting more expensive, the hay's getting more expensive, animals are getting more expensive.
Angelica!
It's just the world that we live in.
About her. It's time to think about
Part of why new houses are more expensive. Small reason, but it's a factor. Right, new houses. I remember a time in this city where new houses and old houses were like comparable in pricing. So it was super easy for people to get a brand new custom house instead of buying a house that's already built, because then for a similar price you can just have a new custom house. It wouldn't be in the city, but you can get it. Some of my family did that. But the cost of materials is going up, so the cost of housing is going to go up too. I don't think a lot of people realize how long we're going to be seeing the impact from COVID closures and stuff. If materials go up 20 grand, then houses go up 20 grand. Exactly.
Yeah, I think I'll try
Or
and hang
if the
on.
materials go up 20 grand, the houses go up 40 grand because the way that
Are you
the way that these
How much more time do you think we have left?
the current inflation is going is half of it is the price of everything is going up because it is, and half of it is the price of everything is going up
It is the temple.
because people realize that you can just charge more for stuff,
see why Armin's
which is one of the side effects of the plague,
1,000 years.
It is of his own making.
which is that when we had a plague, we saw big boosts in like price gouging, in delivery, in the gig economy and stuff like that. So now all these people who are in charge of pricing things are like, well, people are going to pay more for the same price. We have 3 years of evidence of that. So, you know, why not pay more? Why not charge more than we need to? Right? That combined with fewer employees, like you said, trades are lacking in employees as well. That combined with, not inflation, what was the other word? The supply chains. The supply chain issues, which is also part of the corporate greed thing where people are like, we're not going to spend money on spare parts. Who spends money on spare parts? We don't need them. But then when nobody spends money on spare parts, fixing a single thing takes years instead of days. Right? We'll probably see a price drop once people stop spending as much also. Right, but the way things are going, because
You didn't want to do that.
people are spending a lot more, but buying a lot less, right? So in order to see that sort of price drop, people need to stop buying stuff. And people have slowed down in their purchasing, in their luxury purchasing, in their optional purchasing and stuff like that. But they're still spending more money because everything's more expensive. So we would need to see people cutting into their own necessities in order to actually have an impact. Or you could see what they're doing in Canada and just try to regulate things as best as you can, which is not good in Canada. Right. So one of the problems that I have as a single person who lives alone, like this is much of a problem, is that I end up buying more than I need because the amount that I need is not available for purchase, right? So if I'm buying, like, I don't know, let's say frozen ground beef. I'm buying ground beef at the store, right? I can only buy enough for a family. I cannot buy enough ground beef for myself, right? If I drink milk, same thing with milk. I can buy a liter of milk, right? Quarter gallon of milk, right? I cannot get through a liter of milk before it goes bad, but I'm buying it. I probably don't have much freezer space either. Yeah. And also, for a while towards, like, early last year, the inflation on groceries here in Canada got so bad that it was cheaper. And for the most part, it still is, with the amount that I eat. It is still, it's still cheaper in most cases to eat out than it is to buy groceries. Right? It's cheaper to go to a fast food place and get something that's ready made than it is to buy the groceries to make the thing. Because I'm factoring, like if I want a burger, for example, I need to buy beef. I need to buy buns that come in at least 4, if not 8 packs. I need to buy lettuce that comes in a head, which is more than a burger's worth. Tomatoes, which is like 10 burgers worth. So from a single purchase of burger ingredients, I need to eat burgers for a week, assuming nothing that I buy goes bad in that week, right?
Just let us go so we can warn everyone he's about to
1 pound of ground beef is less than you think.
Silence
Right.
speaks volumes.
I could. So that's what I'm saying is that if I want to, if I'm living totally grocery lifestyle and I want to eat burgers, I have to eat burgers every day for a week, right? Because they don't sell it in quantities where you can have 1 or 2 burgers.
Become who she wanted to be. Make people believe whatever
Well,
she
that's
wanted
because
them
you're a monster, Alfred. Who eats tomatoes just by themselves? That's gross. Right? Or for a tenth of the price, right? For the price of 1 head of lettuce, I can get a Big Mac, right? On game day, because Big Macs are $3 on game day. So it's one of those things, right? So spending less, as much of a solution as spending less is, it is so complicated as when it comes to what that actually entails. Wait, why am I back here? Do I have to defeat the lady again? I have to defeat the lady again. I find being creative with the food helps. Freezable food is amazing. Freezable food is amazing. And freezable food also has a lot of preservatives in it, right? Why is she switching skins? Okay, so the real one is the one that has the cheat code that I applied to it, right? Never mind, they all look the same. Is it this one? It's not that one. 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 Okay.
You want me so much? Stop trying to kill me. How
Which-
about less talk, more coming over to our side?
Okay. Pushing the talk to her button doesn't help. No freezable food as in what you make, like spaghetti sauce freezes awesomely. Right. That's another thing. So if I'm like working, right now I have 12-hour work days. I wake up, go to work, and then sleep. Right? So if I had more income than I have right now, which is, still 45K, then I would have time. If I had more income for less work, then I would have time to make freezable food. I would have time to make, like, actually cook food at home and make use of ingredients. Don't have time to do that as well. Also freeze most thicker sauces like that. They almost never thaw out good for me. That works too. I guess this is like a personal problem that I have. I also don't have a microwave. So once something's in the freezer, unless it's like a solid, it's not getting unfrozen. I have an idea. I'm gonna jump off this cliff, and whichever one saves me, that's the real one.
Suppose I should
Why didn't I think of that sooner?
fallen unconscious again.
What? Get a microwave for like $20. Microwaves are not $20 in Canada, Sarah.
Well,
They're not $20 here.
you failed.
It'd be super cool if they were, but they're not.
Strong in body, weak in purpose.
Yeah. So if I have food at home, it's stuff that I make from scratch. It's stuff that I cook. And that's only when I have time. And 9 times out of 10, I don't have time. My brother got me a waffle iron. I haven't opened it yet. I haven't even I haven't even taken the box home yet. That's how uncookable I am at home. It's just me and my protein shakes. I know I need to use my gauntlet, but I'm also going far away from here.
See what powers I have.
I need to marry a woman who can cook. I can cook, that's the problem, right? I don't have time. I know how to cook.
Try some magic.
And the way that the economy is right now, if I marry a woman who can cook, she's gonna be working full time too. Because otherwise, how do we afford a house that 2 people can fit in? Or an apartment that 2 people can fit in? Right? I need to work full time to put a roof over my head. So if I'm going to put a roof over 2 heads, I need, 2 incomes. That's the problem that my brother's having right now, is because he, 2-income house.
I'll get you those carpet.
2-income house. So how do you have time to cook? You just eat soup and salad all of the time. You have the same meal every day. I'm not talking about a bed. I can afford 2 beds. I'm talking about space. Closet space, personal space, that kind of stuff. Right? Step 1, find someone who can tolerate me for more than 3 hours at a time. Because even when I go on live, half the people are falling asleep immediately. And then I can cook, right? If I could safely afford to be alive, then I can afford to cook. Right now, it's the first one we're struggling with.
What she said.
Was designed to drive a wedge between us. You said it yourself.
Some of it was true.
Also, I just realized I bought this game in university when I was still a student.
Hey, I'm looking for a way out of here without a dark god chasing me across the
It'd be
desert.
so cool if I had more
Don't worry
disposable
about me,
income.
princess.
No, of course not.
Also, you can see there's a dead horse on the wall behind me. That's cool. Is it a horse? It's a leopard. There's a dead leopard behind me.
Everything back as it was. Just as you want.
Haven't finished this yet.
Man, Elika needs a posture check. OMG.
You could come with me when I go. You need to find your people, the ones who left.
I need to make sure all is well here first. Until I'm
If I can safely afford to be alive, isn't that the quote of the generation? Yeah. What was a neurospicy moment? Finding someone who can tolerate me for more than 3 hours? Is that a neurospicy thing? Or are you talking about something else? Are you talking about the game? If I can safely afford to be alive. Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. I just saw a TikTok today where it's like, being grown up is coming to terms with the fact that I will never own a home. And I know Hyan's gonna laugh at that because he's out there building a home. But that's not something that everyone can do. Just like I can't jump to that other pillar from here, so I gotta go back around. Excuse me. Okay. Definitely. Just trying to fix up a home and regretting not just living out of a van. Right. But even the van life is like, you need to have a certain amount of either money that you already have or disposable income in order to live in a home. I could end the sentence there. In order to live in a home that needs fixing or that can be fixed up, or to live the van life, right? Both of those require starting budget, right? Which not everybody has when you are, raised in the housing crisis or an immigrant or, depending on your background, right? A lot of people don't have control over what their starting budget is because that comes from the parents.
Got one.
Like even the tech bro entrepreneurs who are like, I started from nothing, I had $0 and started my own company. No, you need to have a safety net in order to start a company. None of those tech bro dudes are starting from zero. They're starting from living at home with their parents because their parents can afford to take care of them. They're starting from making connections in university because they can afford to go to a university where the connections are actually meaningful instead of the University of Calgary where everything sucks unless you're in oil and gas. I say working for oil and gas. Who needs a home? It's a large, huge investment and makes it super difficult to move in or anything. Yes. So that's one way of justifying it. For my own mental health, because I've been moving around every 2 years since university, I'm like, I need some sort of stability, and if that stability comes from a home, fine. If it comes from a consistent group of friends that I can call my friends for more than 2 years, even better, right? Like the people that I hang out with right now became my friends in 2020, right? And now my job is, who knows what my job is. If I end up moving, I no longer have these friends, right? So that's still like 2 years and I have to change the friend group, right? Don't have that kind of stability. Whereas having a home, and I think if Adil's still in the chat, he can talk about this more, is when you have a home, you have an anchor. Like a house, not an apartment. When you have a house, you have an anchor, right? And that can, theoretically, anchor you to a friend group. It can anchor you to a community. If you have children, your children's parents sometimes become your friends, right? It's an anchor, right? That's what provides stability. Whereas apartment life cannot do that. Yeah. It'd be cool if I was just moving every 2 years, but I'm like moving to different countries. Like 2016, I moved to Australia. 2018, I moved to America. 2020, I moved here. So yeah, every 2 years. And then just earlier in 2022, I moved apartments in the same city. But it sucks, right? And now I might have to do the same thing because I've said before, the dream job is in London, right? If I can get that, moving to London, no problem. But all of the other connections that I have are move back to the States, or move back to, or move to Toronto because that's where the digital jobs are, right? Stuff like that. We'll probably get old. Yeah. The bus life can get old as well, right? And I feel like the people who glorify van life and stuff like that, at least on the internet, have a home, right? They have an anchor, they have that stability. Whereas I keep missing the rings. It's an anchor that I feel like drowns people who end up in similar places where they don't have a job anymore and have to move, but not have this huge investment, right? So that's the problem that my parents had, is their anchor is here, right? All of my mom's siblings are here. My dad's sibling is here. Most of his cousins are here. Some of them are in Vancouver. Some of them are in Montreal. Their whole family is here. But in order to get, a better job and provide for the family, they had to move to Vancouver, which is not the worst, right? They still have family in Vancouver. I missed all of these light seeds. What's going on, right? But in order to get a job, in order to keep that job, he had to move to Toronto, right? So all the foundations that he laid down for 2 years there, gone. And he moved to Toronto and he laid new foundations. And then that's when my brothers and I started school. And it's really difficult to move when your kids are in school, right? So then, new foundations, right? Oh, I did get that one. Okay. Wait, is there one over here? There is. So thankfully, in Louisville, we lived there my parents lived there for 15 years. I lived there for about 13 years. they had their friend group, they had their activities, they had their hobbies, they had their work, and all that stuff. And when that job ended, we stayed in Colorado because that's where the foundation was. That's where the friend groups was. That's where the school was. That's where home was, right? And to this day, Louisville is still the longest time that my parents have lived in a single home together. My dad in Africa, I think, lived for a longer time in Tanzania. But even then, while he was living in one house and his parents were in one house, he had to commute to school. His sister had to commute to school. And they spent a lot of time at family's house in other countries, right? Because that's just not something that was available to them. Renting means you don't have to worry about maintenance and taxes on the building. Yes, it does mean that. I have a friend that's been living here renting for 15 years. And they don't have to worry about maintenance. They don't have to worry about stuff like that. But they do have to worry about their house disappearing, right? Because after 15 years, the person who owns that building is like, okay, I'm selling the building. Y'all have 3 months to leave, right? And it was incredibly stressful because this is where they've been living for 15 years. Not only, it has 15 years worth of stuff in it, it has 15 years worth of sentiment in it, and now they have to live somewhere else because their housing was not in their control, and it sucks. Sucks. Do you think I can get these light seeds just by scraping down the window? Down the wall, I mean? No, I can't. Yeah, but the trade-off of rent is instability, but yeah, like not having to be the person to fix all the things that you're talking about. Yeah, and also, what's the point of learning how to fix all of those things if I'm just gonna rent for the rest of my life, right? Like some of the light bulbs went out in my apartment, and I'm like, okay, I have light bulbs, let me change them. And my building's like, no, you're not allowed to change your own light bulbs. And I'm like, but I know how to change my own light bulbs. Like, let me do that. Also, is this this is not it. Is this it? This might be it. I don't think this is it. The thing that I wanted to show off. Anyway, where am I going? Alika, where am I going? I'm going up. Okay. Yeah. What's the point of learning how to install a toilet if you never get to install a toilet? Where's the fun in learning how to set up a microwave and a refrigerator if you never get to do that? Right? I learned it. Learned how to install doors, learned how to fix windows and install windows and all that stuff. But if I'm never going to own a house, then all of that time and effort is wasted. Just like I wasted the effort of trying to go up to that place. How many Canadians does it take to change a light bulb? Apparently 0, because my light bulb still isn't fixed. And I get charged a fine if I do it by myself. Right, never stop learning, but... So I always say never stop learning, right? But what I've learned and what I've been taught, and this is partially from my religion, so I know Hyan's going to disagree, is what you learn needs to be practical, right? I'm not sitting here, the fine is more than I can afford, right? I'm in between jobs. Right? I'm not learning theology because for fun, right? I'm learning it so that I understand how one way in which the world works, right? And I can use that to change my behavior, right? I don't think learning for the sake of learning, and this is going to contradict everything that I said on TikTok so far, I don't think learning for the sake of learning is useful. I think learning for the sake of use is useful, right? Learning critical race theory and economics and all the stuff that I talk about on TikTok, politics and all that, that's useful because that changes how I interact with people. I use that every single day, right? But learning how to fix a toilet when you will never, ever, ever fix a toilet, that kind of sucks. Right? Because fixing a toilet is not easy and it's not fun. You never know what will be useful. Hey William, welcome to the chat. But yes, Hyan, do you agree or do you disagree that learning things that are not useful is not useful? Because you've typed both things. Are you sure this is the way I'm supposed to be going, Alika? Where am I supposed to be going? Okay. I want all the knowledge, yes. But knowledge for the sake of knowledge is just... I've met people who are knowledge for the sake of knowledge people, and I hate them so much. I hate them so much. Well, I somewhat disagree because knowledge being applied is understanding and wisdom, right? So I'm coming from the belief, and again, this is also from my religion. This comes from Jafar As-Sadiq, who's like a very prolific writer. If you look at the 5 main schools of thought for Islam in general, he's responsible for like 3 of them. So he's super smart dude. Unlike me jumping off that cliff. He said that if you learn something, or if you know something, and you don't apply it, it is as if you don't know it at all.
That's another one.
And that's how I'm coming into this conversation, right? If you have knowledge, but do not apply it or cannot apply it, it is as if you don't have that knowledge. That's the way I see it. Right? So, if I know how to install a toilet, I've already installed like 4 toilets. So I'm good. It's useful knowledge, right? But if I'm renting for the rest of my life, then it stops being useful knowledge. I'm gonna see if I can slide down the wall from this plate instead of... Did I get it? Wait, did I get it? Ah, cool, it worked. Okay, which way am I going? Please don't say up. No, I don't want to go up. I don't want to go up. I want to go this way. Change the rules, right? But if I understand how a toilet is installed and works, I might be able to apply that as something breaks, right? So we're still focusing on the application of knowledge, because learning how to install a toilet also teaches you how a toilet works, right? But if you spend your years studying toilet diagrams, but you live your entire life in like, I don't know, one of those places in between the major cities in Africa where they don't actually have toilets, then that knowledge is wasted. And it is the same, practically speaking, as if you don't know how toilets work, right? And this is the beef that I have with a lot of TikTok commenters and internet people as well, is like, they read the theory of how the economy works, but then they believe, or their practice is just assuming that consumers are frictionless spheres. And I'm like, okay, if you cannot apply this knowledge, it is the same as you not having the knowledge at all. You can read all the economy books you want, but if you don't know how people work in an economy, it is as if you don't know how an economy works, no matter what book you read. Philosophically, how do you know that you will never use that info? I don't, right? Which is why learning by doing is so useful. How do I get to there? I don't know how to get to there. I will skip that for now. Are there any more light seeds I can grab while I'm here? Oh yeah, let's grab some of these. Okay. Yes, the infamous toilet monks, where they think about toilets all day. You laugh. You laugh. But outside of the toilet examples, there are plenty of people like those internet economists or the cryptocurrency bros who just sit there and think about stuff in theory and talk about stuff in theory and don't have any knowledge of how things actually work, right? And don't have any use for that knowledge, right? At least Alfred, I don't know if Alfred is still here. At least Alfred is able to share his Halo knowledge, right? And it changes how he plays the game. And it changes how he interacts with other people. And it changes how he shares things online, right? It seems like useless knowledge on the surface, but it's very useful knowledge because he uses it. Over a billion people don't have access to toilets. Yes, but I didn't want to pinpoint a specific country and stereotype them as not having toilets, because people ascribe their value judgments to that, to not having toilets as well. So I wanted to use an example of a place where I've been and confirmed that they don't have toilets. So you got to learn all the info for the potential of use. You have to learn all of the info for the potential of use, or you can learn all the info as it becomes useful, right? So learning how to install toilets was only useful for those times where I installed toilets, right? It will never be useful ever again if the economy stays the way it is. I'm missing so many light seeds, dog. Oops. Da, 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 da. Can you believe that the song that I had stuck in my head 4 streams ago is still stuck in my head and I haven't listened to it yet? It's still stuck in my head. Ishq bina kya jeene maro, ishq bina kya marta yaro. Yeah, an eighth of the population of the world doesn't have access. Yeah,
You point us in the right
and people still treat it like it's ubiquitous, but it's not. Thank you for the hydration check. Welcome, Chunks. Hydration check, still water. The hydration check is coffee, because my parents bought a coffee machine that they don't use because they don't drink coffee. So I'm having coffee. Da, 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 da. And for the stretch, thank you, Chunks. Just saving up all the points. And I can show off the hoodie that we were talking about last stream. And I don't know what info would have been useful in a situation you were in unless you already knew the info that ended up being useful. Sarah's got a point. Sarah's got a point. She tends to do that. But yeah, I'm sure, like, if we're talking about practical, useful information, you can estimate where that line is, right?
Where should we head next?
Where should we head next? Where are we going, by the way? Are you sending me back up the tower? I don't want to go back up the tower. Okay, where am I? Oh. I gotta go back to the tower and go the other way. Got it. Da, 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 da. See? Useful, practical information. Also, I love this music so hard. Right? So here's an example. Here's an example.
Sorry?
Space travel. I know a lot about space travel. I used to be in physics, right? You can tell, because I'm very smart and I know math. So I've learned a lot about space and what to do in space and the protocols that are in space, knowing full well that in my lifetime I will not be allowed to go to space, because all of that current and future noted health requirements, I cannot go to space. What is hero request? Hero request is I change the skin of the character that I'm using, and you get to pick which skin. So right now I'm using the Altair ibn Lahad skin, because he's a Smiley and I like representation. No, what? Oh, that door. Okay. But we can change to the prince, the actual prince skin, or a different prince skin. I don't know. There's 3 options. Let's go take a look. Let's save the game. That's the B button. Save the game. Overwrite the save game. I only need 1 save. I live life on the edge. Can I change it from here? I can't change it from here. I gotta go back to the main menu. Quit. Let's see what the other options. Which means that even the useless info becomes useful because you are using it to figure out which future information is useless. In theory. In theory. So that you can change the outfit of my Disney character? Yeah, maybe. I can keep it for that. So we have the prince. We have the prince from the Sands of Time. And we have Altair. We also have Elika, who is supposed to be the character, and Farah, who is the currently one there. So if you'd like to change, you can redeem that with points. Da, 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 da. The other ones I didn't get because you had to like buy the physical game and like register it on the website, which doesn't exist anymore. So, but what if something happens here on Earth, like a terrible thing that makes the outside toxic? Then I feel like you have information that becomes useful, right? So the issue that I'm having here is that it's theoretical, right? I'm talking about the bare bonesiest of practical knowledge, the knowledge that you literally use, and it's not going to stand up to theoretical stuff because that's just not how it works, right? We're talking about the capital H truth over here. So you can say whatever theoretical thing you want to say. This idea of practical knowledge is not going to hold up to that because that's just not how that works.
I don't know which end of a camel eats and which end.
I know which end of a camel does what.
I missed that joke. I don't know which end of the camel does what. One's for spitting. I know that. Okay, before I go further, I just need to make sure I'm going the right direction. Yes, I'm going the right direction. Can only go one of 2 directions here. Dun, 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 dun. So you can make the argument that information could be practical in this scenario, or information could be practical in that scenario, and my only argument is that it's not, because it hasn't been. If that thing happens, it's too late. What about knowledge? What of knowledge you act as a means to transfer it to others without practical use? I would consider the transfer of knowledge as the application of knowledge, right? So if I teach someone how to install a toilet, it's fine, as long as you have an understanding about the information that you have. Yes. And this is where things like the paperclip test come in super duper handy, where it's, to what depth do you have this knowledge, right? To what depth do you fall before Elika catches you?
I'll be fine.
Come on!
Oops. But it's the bare bonesiest. You cannot accurately judge what is practical knowledge without more knowledge than only practical knowledge. What makes you think that the knowledge of how to judge something is not practical knowledge? Right? You are using your knowledge to make a judgment. That counts as using the knowledge. So, in essence, you only have, going back to the quote, which is, just a quote, you can disagree with it if you want. Going back to the quote, you don't know what knowledge you have until you use it. Because once you use it, then you know you have it. And not using it is the same as not having it. Right? So the knowledge with which you judge stuff is still the practical application of knowledge. It bugs me when people know something and do something where they don't know why or how. If you understand how or why, you can bend and stretch things. Exactly. If you understand, right? Thinking about how you think. or thinking about why you believe the things you believe, then you can sort of push the limits and you can push the boundaries and you can learn new things and you can try new things and you can do more things. Like falling off this wall. Right? Just because you have bounds on your knowledge does not mean that those bounds are inflexible, does not mean that those bounds cannot be broken or stretched or moved, right? But in order to do that, you also need to understand what the bounds are. Da, 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 da. Hope I'm going in the right direction. Can't check now because I'm climbing on walls. You keep saying if you move quickly, you can prevent the enemy from spawning, but I would consider that non-practical knowledge because it has yet to happen. Okay. Good writers and artists do all the time. They understand the rules, though. Yes, that's the one thing that I learned from going to school for reading and writing is that when your writing breaks the rules, one of two things can happen, right? If you break the rules because you don't understand the rules, then more often than not, your writing kind of sucks. But if you understand the rules and you bend them and you break them and you understand where the boundaries are and you push them, then your writing can be amazing. The same with art, right? Like, the elephant art sucks. Let's be honest, the elephant art sucks because the elephant does not understand the rules of art, doesn't understand the language of art. I cannot go in this direction. Where am I going? Oh, I gotta go that direction, right? But if you look at, you know, a Jackson Pollock or something, you can see the rules of art being bent. You can see the rules of art being changed, and that's what makes it an amazing art piece. I would consider the elephant art an imitation of art, but not actually art. I hope you guys know what I'm talking about when I say elephant art. Oops. That is incorrect. I have no idea. There's an elephant that paints.
Now what?
And by painting, it is just putting paint on a canvas. Somebody taught an elephant how to hold a brush. And now that elephant art sells for millions of, probably not millions, but like thousands of dollars, a lot of dollars.
Here we go.
If I move quickly, I can prevent an enemy from spawning. Okay, see? That knowledge just became practical knowledge. Now you can tell the difference between knowing it and not knowing it because it comes in handy. It is usable. And yet the game insists on telling me that every time I'm near an enemy, whether or not they spawn. It was a parlor trick, as I recall. The elephant was kind of abused into it. Exactly. The same way most animal training goes when it comes to performing. It's the exact same process. But the zookeepers called it art, so therefore it is art, I guess. Okay, how do I get across this chasm? Can I run? Let's try wall running. Yeah. Nope. That didn't work. Let's try double jumping later.
Let's fly.
There we go. All I'm thinking about now is how the only rule of world building applied in Harry Potter was relatability through making the world the same as ours, so it only succeeds on a surface level. Yes. That is probably the only good part of Harry Potter, is that the world building was literally just our world with one thing changed. Oh no, I'm just going to be stuck in this loop for a while, aren't I? Okay. And that's what I think makes really, really good world building. That's like, so when I was a writer, when I was a fiction writer back in the day, most of my world building was just that, right? Take the world that we have and make one change to it. Oh, I don't know if I'm going in the right direction again. Because that's an easy way to get good world building, right? Take a world that you have that's already established with all its nuances and all of its fun stuff and make one change, right? All J.K. Rowling did was say, here in Scotland, real school with real houses with real students, but also all the mythology of Scotland and Ireland is real, right? Didn't have to make anything. All of the racism that I currently believe is also real. She also did that. Okay, how do I get across here? Can I double jump again? Maybe. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Or even if you look at J.K. Rowling, or not J.K. Rowling, J.R.R. Tolkien, for example, better not get those two confused. It is the same thing. This is how language is formed here on our planet, on our Earth. And this is how history impacts civilization on our planet. Now I'm just going to do the same thing, but with made up people. And sexism, yes, and the sexism and the turfiness and all that stuff. I've already given lectures on all that stuff. No point rehashing it, right? Not lectures, video YouTube essays. I've given lectures on the magic parts. I've given YouTube video essays on the sexism part, the turf part specifically. But yeah, that's good world building. And even with this, like this game, if you don't care about the world that it's in and you just like the pretty colors and the combos, that's fine. But while I'm playing through it, I'm thinking back to, these are the parts that the game developers pulled from scripture, pulled from the Zendavesta, pulled from Zoroastrianism, pulled from real life things, or like real life mythology that people actually promote, in order to create an in-depth world.
Trap?
Yes.
Right?
The hunter, remember?
And then the series that this sort of was supposed to be a partner of, from Ubisoft, is the same thing. This is the actual history of our actual world, but we're going to change one thing, right? And the one thing that they changed was the Nizaris, the assassins still assassinate people, and the Templars still secretly run things, right? The Templars and assassins are still having their holy war. That's the one thing that they changed, and it made a very successful, in my opinion, world for their video game series. I mean, the story I'm writing has a whole chapter that's basically copy paste from the end of the book of Job, right? Easy peasy, and useful. Have you ever played Hades? I have not played Hades, but I've heard it's good. Like I said, I'm playing a game that I played in university because my game diversity is just not good. And the only reason I'm playing this game, besides the fact that I love it, is because this year my 2 most successful videos are about Prince of Persia. And they're like orders of magnitude more successful than my other videos. Nope. That was the wrong direction. Oh, I gotta go that way. But even this, the original game in this series was pulling from 1001 Arabian Nights. So taking a story that already exists and changing one thing, adding a prince to it. Right? The other characters besides the prince were characters from 1001 Arabian Nights. And then this one's pulling from Zoroastrianism. And then the next video game, Assassin's Creed 1, pulls from Nizari Islam. And the next one pulls from the Renaissance. I mean, it's nice. In my opinion, Job is just a great book, even for an atheist. I'm curious as to why you find it relatable even for an atheist. Isn't the book of Job about being really super devoted to God no matter what happens? Isn't that what that book is about? An enemy change state, only B move will end this state. Okay. I know that, but thank you for the reminder. Because when I think of the Book of Job and I think of the commentary around the Book of Job, I don't think it is relatable, right? Because we cover part of, not specifically Job, but some of the same themes from the Bible in our religious education classes. And it's one of the hardest things to teach because it's in the kids' curriculum, first of all. It's one of the hardest things to teach because the kids just don't relate it to, just don't understand. Like when we're talking about the trials and tribulations of the prophets in general, because we only get into like 3 of them specifically, it's always like, but why? But why? And also, why don't I see this in my life, right? Like every time there's a struggle, where is the greater power? It's much more present in the Book of Job than it is in, for example, my students' lives. So I'm curious. There's some arguments with his friends and wife that make it atheists could relate to. Okay. I'd need to reread to know specifically what you're referencing there. But I'd be interesting to see it from that perspective. Obviously, I'm not an atheist, so. But that's worth looking into again. Maybe I'll add the Bible to my 2023 reading list. I still haven't actually listened to the podcast yet. I've been stuck on the last 2 episodes of Behind the Bastards for a few days now because I keep falling asleep. Interesting. Yes. The Book of Job is definitely interesting. I mean, one of the books that I've written is just a Revelation fanfic, so I know all about taking the Bible and using that as inspiration for writing. And what is this game, if not just scripture fanfic? Also, I know I've already talked about how the corruption here looks like ink. I don't think I've talked about how the light also looks like ink in this game. This one is not Islamic fanfiction. This is Zoroastrian fanfiction. But yeah. Different religion. And most Muslims would be very, very angry if you got the two confused. Islam is not Zoroastrian. Islam is a monotheistic religion. Zoroastrianism is a dualistic religion if you're looking at Mazdaean Zoroastrianism. And it's monotheistic if you're looking at Zervan Zoroastrianism. So there's different, belief systems. But there's also not a lot of Zoroastrians left in the world to, tell you what's what. Because, because of the Muslims. Muslims are a huge fan of just not letting Zoroastrians live in peace. Which is part of the reason why, I mean, it's not directly the reason, but that's partially the reason why this character that I'm playing as, Altair Ibn Ahad, sorry, only had one game in the Assassin's Creed series, is because the Muslims got mad at that too. But that's okay. As if the Muslims needed another reason to be mad at the French. I pushed the button, why didn't it work? So, one of the books that's on my to finish list, because I've started reading it, I'm about halfway through, but it's very, very difficult. I'm taking like 5 sticky notes of notes for every page that I read. And the pages are only like half pages because the footnotes take up the other half of the page with translations and stuff. So it's like a very difficult book to get into, but it talks about some of the overlap between Zoroastrian beliefs and specifically Nizari beliefs, which is another reason why Muslims don't like Nizaris. The main belief in question so far is exactly what's being talked about in this game, is this sort of balance between light and dark. Because as our world exists in 4 dimensions, we have like the 3 dimensions of space and time. The shared belief is that of a 4th dimension, and that is a dimension that they refer to as the dimension of light, which you can see with the symbolism of this game with the light and darkness. But it is the presence of divinity in people, in animals, in spaces, right? So you can visualize it the same way that you'd visualize like an electron field or a neutrino field or something like that, where there's excitations of light. Symbolic light, not literal light. And those excitations can interact with each other and grow each other and shrink each other and stuff like that. So it's a very interesting theory to go about. But it's very difficult because it's combining, you know, the Muslim theology with the Zoroastrian cosmology with science. And it's also written by Henri Corbin, who is like 18th century and French and just very hard to get through. So I made a TikTok about that when I started the book and I got through the first chapter and I'm like, this is so interesting. But that's from like 2019. So it's interesting to think about. And obviously, like, the more, like, Zahiri, I don't know what the proper English term for that would be. The more Zahiri interpretation of that is that excitation of light is manifested in prayer and good deeds and all the things that the religion tells you to do. But the Batini explanation, which Corbin goes into, is a little bit more nuanced than that. So it's one of those things where, like, in order to explain it to someone, you need to understand where they're coming from already. So, yeah. I know if there's any Sunnis watching this stream, they just tuned out and they're like, oh, this thing. He's talking about Batini interpretations and he's playing a Zoroastrian video game. Leave, block, delete, report. It's fun. It's fun to engage with. Let me get close to you. Thank you. Come on, come on, come on. Thank you. Finally. I know. I talk about Sunny stuff on TikTok, but when I'm on stream, no filter, and talk smack about the Sunnies all the time. That's my jam. Oh wait, I need to heal this place first. Can I heal this place, or do I need to go back up? I need to go back up. How do I get back up? I guess that's the way to go. Da, 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 da. Okay. Try again. This time, double jump. Nope, that's not a double jump. That's also not a double jump. Come on, Altair. Okay.
Let go of my hand.
There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. He says for the second time in the stream, not knowing what that means. That was the wrong thing to do. Okay, let's try again. Hero request. Random. Okay, let's go back to the OGs. Save game. Nope, that was B. Save game. Da, 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 da. Or actually, let me see if I can do random on here. Quit to main menu. Quit. Right, Alfred, but it's an idiom. What's the idiom for? Okay, skin manager. If I just hold down the down button, does it? No. Okay. Not looking, just pushing random buttons. And A. Okay. And for the princess, A. Okay, so we got Elika and Sands of Time Prince. All right. Less clothing for the prince, more clothing for the princess. The Haram police have left, so they would get a kick out of this. It means you're cooking with gaseous material, like you're cooking well or fast or something. Okay. I guess. I just got a message from my work people earlier today saying that there's a bunch of news articles about how gas is bad. And so... okay. Can I grab onto this? Perfect. And so one of our clients is like, needs to do like a rebrand almost. Not a rebrand, but like push out new messaging because they're a gas company. And they can't be like, well, our stuff is terrible. So we'll see how that goes. Probably not well. Induces asthma, I think it was. Saw that recently too. Yeah. So this is specifically for liquid natural gas. And I don't pay too much attention to the news outside of politics. But the TikTok that I saw was about... was about how liquid natural gas is supposed to be used for temporary solutions, temporary gas or temporary energy solutions, before you're hooked up to the grid, before you have your own, you know, if you're building a power plant, before it's to kickstart the power plant, not to run the whole thing. Which is what I thought it was, because all of the ads that I've been doing, all the marketing that I've been doing so far has been, this is your temporary solution, right? This is... liquefied natural gas is a temporary solution to get your stuff up and running. It's definitely not a permanent solution. But apparently what's going on, and I don't know if my client is specifically involved in this or if it's just a general trend, is people are using it for a permanent solution. And so while it burns cleaner than, you know, coal, I guess, and other petrol products, liquid natural gas is worse for the environment when it's extracted than those other things. So if you're using natural gas,
Why have you gone prickly?
or if you're using liquefied natural gas, which is supposed to be the temporary solution, as the permanent solution,
Taking some revenge.
um, then it's really bad for the environment. So I mean, technically they're not my client anymore. But if I get roped back into it, then I got to be like, all right, how is, because I know I work in digital marketing, but my whole thing since I started is I don't want to lie. I don't want to lie to anyone. So, you know, hiding the truth is one thing, but lying is something completely different. I don't want to say anything that is untrue. So now if I get roped back into this, I got to figure out, okay, what is the actual, not just what is the actual damage of liquid natural gas, because I know what that is already, but what is, like, how is this client contributing to the problem? Specifically this client to the problem. Okay, sure. You can wave your environmental engineering degree around. Marketing doesn't care about that. We gotta know if your science doesn't agree with the marketing, then we have a problem. Can I run across this wall? I wonder. Nope, not that way. Falling off of that. Hot cocoa sounds so good right now. It does. I might have some. No. When I get home, I'm just gonna have water. I love the little handhold that they do. Okay, I will come back for that later. Do I have enough seeds? I don't have enough seeds. Okay, I need to get more seeds. Oops. My science doesn't agree. Yes, if your science, your biased science from big science does not agree with what my marketing department says, then you are wrong. That's how the economy works. You and your peer-reviewed study. Marketing is such a weird world, especially like marketing within a store. Oh, I know. It's funny because, like, I hate marketing with an absolute passion. So for the last, when did I start? 2015. For the last almost 8 years now, my goal has been to do the least marketing possible. Can I go up? Yeah. And you see this with my content. I almost never market myself. Like, I have links to my merch store and everything, but I never tell people that it exists. Or that I have 2 of them now. And I definitely never encourage people to buy stuff. Right? There was that clip that was going around TikTok as well that's like, it's a clip from Mad Men that's like, this cigarette brand is not cancerous, it's toasted. And I'm like, yeah, that's a little bit too real. But yeah, the subtle marketing hints are the worst. That's why I stick to OMG, I've had such a rough day that I thought it was Monday and I missed the first 2 hours of stream. That's fine. Welcome, Taters. I'm glad you could join now. 2 hours and 20 minutes in. After we've insulted all the religious people. And in the middle of insulting marketing people. Who I technically still am. It's a perfect time to join. But yeah. So my job specifically, it was a lot of digital marketing and social media marketing. So my goal was always, how do I make sure the fewest people see this ad as possible? Which helped me sleep at night, for sure. But also has an ROI, right? Because if only specific people are seeing your ads, then hopefully only specific people are clicking on your ads, and which makes your ads cheaper. How do I get this light seed? Nope, that's not it. I don't want to stop putting me on that beam. I don't want to be on the beam. What if I just do this? There we go. Okay. So like, yeah, I don't like advertising. And yes, I do have 2 stores. Do I need a marketing guy? I'll make a second TikTok account that's just for promoting your stuff. I already have 4 TikTok accounts. 4 TikTok accounts. 2 are mine and 2 are for clients. No, 5. 5 TikTok accounts. 2 for me, 2 for clients, and 1 for the podcast. There's way too many TikTok accounts. I don't need that many. Okay. I'm gonna try the same, like, long run thing. Yes. Okay. 26 out of 40. Okay. I need to get more light seeds so I can get more power-ups. But yeah, I do have 2 stores. So one is Akhil.store. If you go to that, and that is going to be my Redbubble store, which somebody just bought stuff off yesterday. So even though I'm not marketing it, people are still buying it. People are still buying stuff from it. And then the other one is, if you go to the link in my bio, that's a different store. They have different designs and different products. I think I've shown them off before. So like, do I have anything here that is mine? That is my merch. So, this bag that has all my Lego in it says Hubo, which is Lego in Persian. Hey, since we're playing Prince of Persia, don't forget to get your Persian Lego tote bag or t-shirt or sweater or anything. That is on, the printed version is on Akhil.store, and the embroidered sweater, only available as a sweater, embroidered, is on my link in bio store. The raincoat that I showed off a while ago, that's on the link in bio store. Stickers and magnets and stuff are all on Akhil.store. I don't know where I'm going again. Okay, let me get to a platform and then I'll figure it out. Oh, I'm going in the right direction. Perfect. I'm so good at marketing. I'm the best. This is why they pay me the medium bucks. But yeah, I have 2 stores. I have a video in my drafts that I think I'm gonna post tomorrow. I was gonna post today, but then the Star Wars Bollywood stuff blew up more than I expected, so I posted that today instead. But I have a video that I'll post tomorrow that is advertising my stuff, but also advertising other people on TikTok who I like the stuff that they make. Hire Akhil to do your TikTok? No, thank you. Akhil, all the TikToks. No. So, one of the TikTok accounts for my client I set up today because my team is like, we need a TikTok account. TikTok is social media. And I'm like, I have no idea what to post on here. Like, I literally have nothing to post on here, on this account. We don't have any content. I don't want to put my face on it because then people will think that it's me, and it's not supposed to be me. I'm supposed to hand it off. So I'm just like, it's going to be the most bland content you ever see. If you stumble across it, it'll be the most bland content that you ever see. I would love to do art as merch. Like, I have themes that get released as stickers and shirts and stuff. It'd be cool, but a ton of work, and I'm not artistic in that way. I mean, Yeah, aside from the last part of that, which is you saying that you're not artistic, I bet you are more artistic than you think you are. I would recommend just getting a Redbubble to start. Because they do all the marketing for you. They do Google ads and stuff for you if you want. And then all you have to do is upload the artwork and choose what it goes on. I might do a run through of that actually. If that's something that people want to get into and start their own merch stores, I might just do a video about that because it's super duper easy. And then you also choose the pricing as well. So it's the base cost of manufacture. But my Redbubble stuff is 5% markup so that I make 5%. So somebody bought stickers. The, oh, it's not here, it's at home. The Blue Milk labels that are based on the Blue Milk minifigure. You can buy those. Oops. Now that I'm dead, let me look for it real quick because I know it's around here somewhere. This guy. This Blue Milk carton, I made a human-sized version of that, which has upscaled art, and instead of dot, it says Blue Milk on it in Arabic. You can get those as stickers on Redbubble, and you can get those as mugs on my link in bio. And so somebody in Europe, because they don't tell me who buys stuff, they only tell me which taxes they paid and what currency they paid in. So somebody paying in euros got one of those stickers. And I made a cool 80 euro cents, whatever the decimation of euros is.
The next place there.
Not in a drawing kind of way. Oh, sorry, I missed the previous one. You have to do trends. I have to do trends. Even if nobody watches my series or watches my entire video all the way through, you gotta do trends. Come on! Okay, anyway. Not in the drawing kind of way, yeah. I also just want to throw some public domain images on some stuff and sell it. So, this behind me is exactly what that is. Somebody took public domain images, sold them on Redbubble, because they do copyright checks for some things, but they don't copyright check everything that you upload. So if you upload something that's copywritten, they won't know. You can get a fair few sales, depending on which tags you use. Dang it. This is really hard. I need to concentrate. But this is just something from the public domain that people re-uploaded to Redbubble, and $20 later, it's on my wall. This one in particular, because I had to start a new company for legal reasons. And the mascot is that bird that is carrying the leopard and feeding, I realized when I was recording my TikToks, a naked man. So now in all of the backgrounds of the TikToks that I film in my office, there's a naked dude. I don't think you can see him on stream, but he's there. Oops. Only blue attacks will end this state. Elika is injured. She will recover over time, or if you go to help her. Okay, let me go to help her. I didn't know last time I played this game that I could go to help her. That's cool. Let me get there. He's my moral support naked dude. That's King Zal, by the way, the king of Persia. Since we're playing the Prince of Persia, that's one of the kings of Persia. He's only naked in the picture because he was raised by birds, and birds don't wear clothes. Nope, that was the wrong Time to watch Akil's videos all the way through just to ask questions about something halfway through anyway. If you ask questions about something halfway through anyway, I think that's fine. I'm okay with that. But if you say, hey, what about this thing that you forgot, and it's in the previous video, or if it's in the second half of the video, I'm gonna get very, very angry. Like in my second connotations video, the second one or the third one? The second one. I have a lot of people saying like, what about temperate rainforests? And like, what about like just random thoughts about civilized versus uncivilized? And I'm like, that's the first video. That's connotations 1. Connotations 1 is what you're looking for. I've already talked about it. I've already had this conversation. Don't come into connotations 2 with your temperate rainforest. We're talking about racism. I would argue that birds don't wear feather boas and that they are feather boas. Too many QuickTime events, but at least I'm getting used to where the buttons are. Oop, never mind, spoke too soon. He's my moral support naked dude. He is. Any chance you plan to move the Rat Daddy stuff over to Redbubble? I can. The reason that the Rat Daddy stuff is on my other store is because it's embroidered. So if you are okay with having a printed version of the Rat Daddy stuff, I can definitely move that over to Redbubble. For sure. I really like the quality of the embroidery from my second store. So that's why I wanted to have it there, because I think it's a little bit higher quality and similar in price to the printed stuff. But Redbubble does have more variety on what you can put it on, so I will definitely move it there, for sure. Oh, the Redbubble store has your size. Okay. That was another one. The second store is limited in its sizes, but if Redbubble has your size, I will make sure that I select all possible sizes. What were you looking to get it on, just so I can prioritize that over... I guess I can just do a little bit of everything. Like a hoodie or a jacket. I don't think they have jackets, but like, I'll try to get it done. Still haven't done anything with the Lego boxes, even putting them on the shelf at least. Yeah, because you're watching my stream, right, Hyen? Right? That's why you haven't done anything with the Lego boxes? You're not procrastinating. You'd never do that. Okay. I gotta pause to do these hydration checks and posture checks and stretch. Right. So the options are like pretty much anything. They don't have like raincoats and stuff, pretty much anything that you can print on. So if you're looking for something specific, I can find like a close match. With that, I just had to put him on the edge. Fine. That's fine. Also, Sarah and William, thank you for the checks. The hydration check, the posture check, and the stretch. Okay. Let's heal this land. Nice. Yeah, that's what they should change the name of the game to. The Prince of Persia to the Lord of Edge. I love cell shading video games. They should cell shade more video games. This is great. Breath of the Wild is great. Most of the Legend of Zeldas are great. What else is cell shaded? I don't know. I like it. Borderlands, haven't played it, but it looks nice.
Rest for a second. Tell me about this thing. Why do they call it the Hunter?
Also, I like how the prince, it doesn't, when you change the skin, it doesn't change who the prince is. Like, it's still the prince's face. He's just wearing a different costume. Because that face is the face of the prince from this game. It's not the face of the Sands of Time prince. Okay, maybe I can get enough seeds. I only need 5 more to get the how do I get up there? Can I get up there? Oops. Nope, that's not the way to go. Cell shading also lights hacks lack of polygons and textures, which help with visuals. Yeah, it's a very visually cohesive game. Nope, that was the wrong direction as well. Borderlands isn't exactly cell shaded, but they use lighting and textures to mimic the cell shading look. It's a nice look. I like the look. Okay, let's get these. Hopefully this will give us 5, and then we can go back to the temple. We can unlock another power. We can beat up this chick's dad again. Yeah, it's a good look. They there was a Pixar animated short, Paperman, that was a mixture of cell shading and a new program that they designed that was like, can I make this jump?
Come on.
I guess I can. They had a new program that simulated pen strokes or pencil strokes, which is similar to what they used in Into the Spider-Verse as well. That was a really cool look. There was a video game on the Wii. I don't remember it, but it was like Pokemon, but you have to draw your own monsters. And that had that combination of cell shading and pencil lines. It was a really pretty game. I don't remember the name of it. When does the next Spider-Verse movie come out? I don't know. They just started dropping trailers and stuff, which means that, what is it, 6 months? I remember they passed a law in the States. It's like you cannot market your movie more than a certain amount of time before the movie comes out. So now that they've started marketing, it should be coming out soon. I think it's April or May. Oops, going the wrong direction. Light seeds. Okay, let's get some of those first. So I don't know if it's just the keying of these characters, but like you can sometimes see black edges around them, and I don't know if that's on purpose. It looks cool. Makes it look more like illustrations. But yeah. Okay, so I will make sure when I put the Street Rat Daddy designs up, I will make sure that the lightweight hoodie is included in there.
Good job.
When's the next Lego movie, though? I feel like Universal is just going to sit on it. I feel like we're not going to get the new Lego movie until it goes back to Warner Brothers. I'd like to see a new Lego movie, but I'm just not... I don't know. I don't know if they're going to do it. It would be cool if we got the Monster Hunters movie, I will admit. Dishue. Yeah, no worries, taters. Why would Universal buy the rights then? I feel like it was part of a bigger acquisition. I don't know the specifics. That would be a question for Wholesome Film Talk or Bueller's thoughts. He changed his identity. Does it count as dead naming if it's a username? I hope not. That would be a question for Bueller's thoughts. He knows more about the film industry than I do. But I haven't heard of any announcements. I haven't heard of any plans for Lego movies specifically. Apparently it got confirmed last year that the Lego Movie 3 is still in production. Okay. So that's not nothing. You know what is nothing? What I just did. With Eminent Crew or New Crew. I feel like it's a new crew. I don't remember what happened in the second Lego movie. Also, I don't like Chris Pratt, so if it's Emmett, Although he is the actor with the most Lego minifigures now, so between Jurassic World and Guardians of the Galaxy and him playing 2 characters in the Lego movie too, he's the most. Sorry, Christopher Lee. Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. I think it's a new crew. But they have a lot of restrictions on characters and cameos and stuff like that. Which is what Bueller's video was about. Like, who from Universal can Lego put in? Back to the Future? Sure. Can you just... Okay. Maybe I'm not supposed to go that way. Back to the Future and Minions. And then Lego characters. And that's pretty much it. And if they add more, like, Universal characters to it, it's not going to be as fun. Because they're not already Lego characters, right?
Ready?
Like, part of the fun of the original Lego movie is you had, like, the Ninjago guys next to Batman, next to Gandalf, next to Superman, and all these other characters that Warner Brothers owns. And it was fun. But you can't do that with Universal, because who do they have in Lego sets now? Yeah, there were real people and characters that Warner Brothers already had the rights to. Wait, I'm gonna double check to make sure I'm going the right direction before I climb this way. This is a really nice wall that I just scraped across. Okay, that is the right direction. Alright. Gotta be brand friendly. Also, they did a Back to the Future set part 2. Yeah, they've done 3 Back to the Future sets? 3 or 4. The Ideas one, the original one. And then they did a UCS style DeLorean. And then there was also, I think, 1 or 2 in Lego Dimensions. So they've done a few Back to the Futures. Ooh, does Universal or Illuminations have the rights to... Illuminations is doing the Super Mario movie, right? So Super Mario could be in there. That would get real messy. Nintendo would throw a fit if that were to happen. What's the best way? This way. Okay. I realized today that when it comes to animation, I don't really like any modern Disney movies because of their animation. There is a whole video about that. Anime has changed dates, will only react to blue. Okay. because it's like they call it in the video a Pixar style, but what it ends up being is it's like this super bumpy, lumpy character design with like eyes that are squished together. Like you know what it is. And then the hair is super realistic, the environment is super realistic, and it's a very jarring experience. But Illuminations does it, Blue Sky does it, Disney does it,
Handle that sword well.
and Strange Worlds in Pixar does it. I think it's called Pixar because Pixar pioneered that style. But it's every animation studio now. That's why I like the Spider-Verse series so far, because it's not that animation. Right? It would be funny if they had a Spider-Man in that style to just kind of make fun of it, but not for any reasonable amount of time in the movie. I wouldn't want to be in that meeting. Lego and Nintendo brand people in the writers meeting for a Universal meeting. I wouldn't want to be in any Universal meeting. I don't know if you guys noticed, because it happened kind of late, but on my video about the Universal Monsters Lego movie, somebody from Universal, or who used to work for Universal, I think, commented on the video. Oops. And sort of explained because they worked with the head of, the current head of the current head of the Dark Universe, and they said that it's not coming back, which is really sad, but I guess I don't have to get my hopes up anymore that Dark Universe isn't happening. That Dark Universe would happen, because I guess based on the comments it sounds like Invisible Man, who when we did our Dark Universe deep dive on stream, I was confused because Invisible Man is a different continuity from The Mummy. So Invisible Man was supposed to be the reboot, but it didn't do well, so now Dark Universe isn't happening at all. Which is unfortunate. Also, they had 2 reboots in a row, The Mummy and Invisible Man. The Lego and Nintendo are just really protective of their brands. Throw in a Universal movie and it wouldn't go anywhere. Especially because I think Universal would hand off the Lego movie to their animation studio, which is, I don't think they would hand it to DreamWorks. I think they would hand it to Illuminations, and Illuminations would ruin it. Is DreamWorks even doing anything nowadays? Dracula Untold was part of the Dark Universe as well? I did not know that, but hey Somerton, I recognize your username from TikTok. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So I'm like really behind then, because I haven't seen the new Invisible Man, and I also haven't seen Dracula Untold. Right, Puss in Boots. Was that Illuminations or was that DreamWorks? It must have been DreamWorks, right? When DreamWorks is trying, they can out Disney. DreamWorks out Disney with their B movie. Not their B movie like the movie about bees. The B movie as in like the secondary movie that the studio was working on at the time. Right? Because this was back when Prince of Egypt and the Bible movies were like DreamWorks' priority, which are beautiful movies, by the way. I show them to my students when we talk about those guys. But their B team at the time was working on Shrek, and Shrek outperformed Disney. That's how you know it's good. Dracula Untold was the first attempt, but it failed pretty hard, so The Mummy was supposed to save it. The Mummy certainly didn't save it. Prince of Egypt is just a love letter to 2D animation. It is. It is such a tasteful movie. It's really nice. I watched it again recently, like in its entirety. I looked up the movie and DreamWorks website popped up in the results, so I'm assuming DreamWorks did it. Okay. DreamWorks still does Puss in Boots then. But I'm pretty sure I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Super Mario is Illuminations, which is why it looks like that. Oh, Hyan, if you would decide to watch it again, it holds up. It holds up. The story holds up. The music holds up. The animation holds up. It's still a good movie. Okay, Super Mario is Illumination then, because the Grinch was Illumination as well, and that fell into the same style foible.
Go.
And Horton Hears a Who, the Lorax, still haven't seen those either. Just because I can't get past the style. I can't get past the animation style. DreamWorks did Kung Fu Panda, How to Train Your Dragon, and other awesome ones. Yes. I know the good ones are Universal, but I guess aside from Puss in Boots, I haven't heard of Universal doing a lot. Whereas Illumination is pumping out a lot of stuff. And I think Despicable Me as a franchise got handed over from DreamWorks to Illumination. I think Despicable Me is DreamWorks, and then the Minions movies are Illumination. Prince of Egypt is amazing. I still get the music stuck in my head. I got Prince of Egypt music stuck in my head, completely not knowing that it was Prince of Egypt music until I rewatched the movie recently, and I'm like, oh, this is where that song is from. Yes, I agree with Hyan. If DreamWorks is doing the Lego movie, then it's fine. It's in good hands. If Illuminations is doing the Lego movie, I'll watch it just because it's Lego, but I won't enjoy it. I feel like if Universal really wanted to make a Dark Universe work, they need to return to form and do movies that harken back to the spirit of the characters rather than new grand spectacles. That's part of it. But is Boss Baby 2 DreamWorks? That's the question. Yeah, I feel like even though, Dark Universe isn't happening anymore, which is sad, if they still wanted to give it a chance, they would need to harken back to the older movies, make more hopeful movies, right? Instead of copying DC, who is copying Marvel right now. Boss Baby 2 is DreamWorks. Okay. So that's interesting. I mean, Boss Baby 2 has some big names behind it as well, so that makes sense. It's not the Chris Pratt movie, it's the Alec Baldwin movie. Yeah, they need to harken back to making an optimistic movie, making a character-centric movie, and then also be patient, right? They can hint at the Dark Universe or whatever in their outside the movie stuff, but do not jump the gun. What about Luck on Apple TV? Everyone definitely watched that, right? It had a $200 million budget. Oh, sure, Somberton. Luck is definitely something that I have heard of and watched, and Apple TV is definitely something that I subscribe to. 100%. 100%. Apple TV isn't something that I borrowed from my parents to watch Ted Lasso and then stopped using. Patience is the key to get a shared universe to work. That's why the DCEU failed, in my opinion. I agree completely. I agree completely.
I just want to do this, please. We can't let Araman escape.
We can't let Araman escape.
It's not your fault. It's Araman's. You hear that, Araman? We're going to fix this.
Sorry,
I'm
Araman.
getting out.
It's white people. Alright, where are we going now? I'm just cruising through these levels, dog. Okay, let's go these ones so that I can hopefully unlock another gate. I could never bring myself to get Apple TV. I can't stand Apple as a company, even if other companies I'm fine with are just as bad in other ways. It's why Phase 4 is struggling. So I don't think that's why Phase 4 is struggling. Because Phase 3 was huge and spectacle and all that stuff. Phase 4 is trying to bring it back to the basics. It's trying to bring it back to character-centric stories. very, very character-centric stories. But the problem that we have with Phase 4 is that people have grown out of character-centric stories when it comes to Marvel, right? Because they cared about the character-centric stories, and then that made them care about the team-up movies. Now they care about the team-up movies, right? So if you want to go back to character-centric stories, it's like a lot of the people, I'm not going to blame this on short attention spans, but the people who grew up with the MCU and were moved emotionally by the MCU, now they care about the big spectacle, right? Phase 4 is almost like they're starting over with an audience that has been along for the entire time. It's a very confusing place to be, right? They're going back to square one, but they're already on square 4. Yeah, people just forgot about the decade plus that they spent going up to Endgame, right? And they cared about Endgame because it took 10 years to get there, right? So they're like, okay, why are we going back to Iron Man 1? Why are we going back to Incredible Hulk? Why are we going back to, Captain America 1? We need to be going Endgame, 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 Endgame. But that's just not how it works. What I like about Phase 4, that I know a lot of people don't like about Phase 4, but it's fine, is that they're focusing on little girls. They're focusing on people of color. They're focusing on people who were excluded representation-wise from the original MCU. Right? So, yes, on the one hand, we have the fanboys that are like, this is not me, this is woke, blah, 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 I don't care about these characters. But what they're doing is they're pulling in a brand new audience. They're pulling in an entirely new audience and building them up from scratch, right? So they're doing their Iron Man 1, they're doing their Captain America 1, they're doing their Incredible Hulk, but now for a new audience. So hopefully by the time we get to Marvels, by the time we get to these big crossover events, this entire new audience will be just as excited about that as the old audience was for Endgame. That's what I hope is going to happen. It's Disney. My hopes are low, but that's the goal. It's funny as well because then they'd complain that they're introducing characters in team-up movies without giving them enough time to build, which is the problem that the DCEU is doing, is having, right? We're going to start with the team-up movie. Oh no, the team-up movie didn't work. Time to reboot, right? But they're not putting in the effort to build an audience that cares about characters, right? The only people that care about the characters in DCEU movies are people that read the books, right? They're trying to convert the book audience. You can't do that. You can't do that. The MCEU did not try to convert book audiences. It tried to create a new audience. And that's exactly what it's doing with Phase 4 again. I still need to force myself to finish Eternals. Yeah, because no offense, Hyan, no offense. And I'll tell you why I mean no offense right after I say this very offensive statement. Eternals is not for you, right? It's not for me either, he says in a Doctor Strange hoodie. Eternals is not for me. Eternals is for people who don't see themselves in the MCU, right? Who don't already see themselves in the MCU. So yeah, it sucks for you. It sucked for me too. I'm not a fan of the Eternals, right? I audibly groaned when I found out that the second one is about to start production. So it's not for me, right? And I need to be accepting of that. It's not for you. And you can love it or leave it, right? If you want to hold on to it, if you want to expand the stories that you see on the screen and the perspectives that you see on the screen, fantastic. It's going to be a rough ride. It's not going to be fun. It's not going to be easy. Yes, that's another problem with the writing, which is why I don't have high hopes for Disney, is that it was too much characters in too little time to develop the plot. But Eternals was very, very successful for people that are not you and I. right? We can't deny that fact. It's getting a sequel. It was successful, despite people like us not. Right? And Disney knows what they're doing. They're not dumb. They know what makes a successful movie. Right? Even Strange Worlds. Strange Worlds broke records, I think. I'm pretty sure. It did very, very well on Disney Plus because Disney knows how to make a good movie. Even if they didn't market it properly so that they can use gay people as a scapegoat to not tell queer stories anymore, that's fine. They still know how to make a good movie. In my opinion, Hawkeye should have been the movie and The Eternals should have been a series. I don't know. I feel like both should have been series. Thanks to Disney Plus, comic book movies can now do what comic books do, which is take series and small time crossover events and like book after book after book, episode after episode after episode to make us care about these characters, right? A few of the MCU fans that I've talked to did not care about Iron Man in Iron Man 1. Did not care about the Hulk in the Hulk. Right? It took 2 or 3 or 4 movies to care about those people. And so with a TV show, you're able to do that very, very quickly. Da, 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 da. Running up the walls like Assassin's Creed. Do, 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 do. That work? Oh, that worked. I didn't think that was going to work. I have to watch Strange Worlds still, but my kids loved it and raved about the representation, right? Representation is part of it. I tried watching it with my niece, but my niece does not understand how movies work. So I didn't finish it, and I couldn't pay attention to it. But I want to watch it, and everybody says that it's good. Imagine an episode each character in the Eternals, where it's kind of concurrent, or even like, not that I know what Power Rangers is doing, obviously, but kind of like what they do in Power Rangers, where there's a threat of the episode, right? And sometimes the episodes are about team building, sometimes the episodes are about character building. That would have been a great way to do the Eternals show. Unfortunately, they're like, this is going to be our movie for actors that are already famous, right? Which makes putting them in a TV show, especially a straight-to-streaming TV show, very difficult, right? Is Angelina Jolie going to do that? Is Kumail Nanjiani going to do that? I mean, he got to start in College Humor and like internet shorts, so maybe he might, but... Did I say Kumail? I think I meant Kumail Nanjiani. Yeah, I think I don't like it because the movie, I didn't like the characters. The characters would be likable with more time. The characters would be likable with more time for me and for you, right? But a little black deaf girl that's watching a Disney movie will like that character immediately, right? A little Filipino kid with 2 dads would like those characters immediately. That's the thing about representation, is it's a shortcut to having relatable characters, right? If the characters look like you, they don't have to be as relatable. Which is a marketing problem, right? It's, from a marketing perspective, 100% that's a cheat. That's a cheat, right? But it's a cheat that works. It's a shortcut that works. Okay, now I'm behind him. Let's get to this door that I need to get into. Change state, only blue button. Okay. Let's get him to the door. Come to the door. Come to the door, please. Oh, I want to go under your legs. Thank you. Okay. No, go to the door. Go to the door. I did not mean to run under attacks. Especially underrepresented populations. Right. I related to Tony Stark, except I'm not handsome, good at women, or rich. Right? Exactly. You can relate to Tony Stark, even though Tony Stark is not relatable and also shitty. Right? Whereas I can relate to... Who can I relate to? I can relate to Trevor Slattery, even though I'm not British, not an actor, and I do have a Morris now, though. So that's a plus. Right? Because he looks like me. Trevor Slattery he played Mandarin. He was the actor that played Mandarin in Iron Man 3, and then he was also in Shang-Chi, right? I can relate to him no matter what his character does because I look like him. Because we're related. We're probably related. There's not a lot of us. We're probably related. I can relate to, yeah, right? Who can Sarah relate to? Don't say Miss Marvel. Miss Marvel is Pakistani AF, right? What about what's her name from Moon Knight? Can you relate to what's her name from Moon Knight? I know she's Egyptian and you're not, but maybe. I think like Tony Stark. Because he's an inventor and motivated, right? And the rich wouldn't bother me either. Non-binary queer kid. I was thrilled to see some queer rep, right? I can relate to Scott Lang. Perfect, right? I related to Doctor Strange. Partially because facial hair, right? Partially because I'm a douche who became less of a douche by learning religion. just like Doctor Strange. Okay, just again. And also my hands are shaky, right? Was she not also mixed? I thought she was also mixed. You can relate to Princess Jasmine from the live-action remake. Oh, I move faster when I'm blocking. That's good to know. She-Hulk was good because I'm a girl. Yeah. Right? She-Hulk is a girl in a male-dominated industry. That's probably relatable, right? Was that enough cutscenes to... Nope, it was not. Okay. Right. So it's good that the MCU is now more than just a bunch of snarky white guys. But it's not good if you're a snarky white guy. Okay, hopefully this is the cutscene that lets me defeat this rock monster. Whose name I don't remember, because I haven't actually read the full text of the Zenda Vesta.
Figure they are?
They boast about it. Keep your eyes open while I do the healing.
Yes, Maya. Great in the comic books. I still have my issues with how ASL was represented in that show, but hopefully in her spin-off show, it's a little bit better. I think I made a TikTok about this too, but like in Hawkeye, the ASL is off camera half the time. So like, yes, deaf representation, but you can't understand what they're saying because it's all down here. Like you can't. If I'm, I guess maybe you can read my lips, but like if the sign language is happening down here, you can't. None of this is happening. The actor is native ASL, but others probably weren't. I think they learned because from what I saw
Not up close and personal.
and the subtitles. Now I don't know ASL, but from what I've seen, it looks
I know
fine.
things haven't been too
like they learned it.
Your mother's not
But also,
problems.
right? They did that for Eternals. They taught the entire cast ASL
Your mother would be proud.
for the Eternals. So like you can teach. You don't even need to teach the entire cast, just the people that are on our team.
Just cheer up.
When working with the actress would be smart for usefulness. Yeah, so that's what they did in Eternals, right? They had the actress. And I don't know if they taught ASL or if they developed an alien sign language for that movie. I don't remember. But I do remember that the actress helped all the other actors learn how to speak.
There you go.
Because there's like interviews and stuff where the actors are showing off the things that they've learned. So I think it would be ASL, otherwise they wouldn't be showing it off, right? If everyone... If everyone is familiar enough to help or something. Yeah, and also it helps with the acting, right? If you are communicating with a deaf character, and this deaf character has been on your team for years, then you would learn how to communicate with them, right? That's good character development. Especially if she's your boss, which it looks like Maya is about to be the boss. I just like sign language and things because my sister wants to help deaf people. Yeah, that's another good reason, right? I took some ASL because it was super useful, handy to backstage during plays and stuff. It's just so handy. It is very handy. I learned a little bit of ASL when I was running the prayer space at my university so that I could communicate with the people running the actual prayers in case there was like an emergency or something or somebody walked in when they weren't supposed to during prayers without like speaking to them and interrupting stuff. So it's super handy and it's super useful. Maybe it was Galactic Basic Sign Language, and it just happens to be the same as ASL. That's probably what it is. Oh my goodness. I told you I got the Actually board game, right? One of the questions in it was like, spoilers for the game if you're getting it. I think this question was from the bonus pack, so unless you ordered it on Kickstarter, no spoilers. But one of the questions was, Han Solo and Chewbacca are best friends, and Chewbacca communicates to Han Solo in Shriwook, and Han Solo only communicates to Chewbacca in English because Shriwook is hard on human vocal cords. And the answer was, Han Solo does not speak English. And everybody hated that question. Anyway, that was a tangent. If I knew or worked with someone who did ASL, I would grind it hard so I could talk to people. I don't work with anyone who does ASL. My niece is having a really difficult time speaking and vocalizing. So we've been working on ASL with her. I don't know if it's ASL because it's from like the baby sign languages books. So I don't know if it's actually ASL or if it's specifically baby sign language, but it's really fun to
So
learn,
you got your powers
right?
when your father brought you back.
So it's like, it's things like milk, juice. She doesn't know diaper, but for diapers she does change. And she's a huge fan of banana. She loves banana. She does it like this because she's also bad at holding up her pointer fingers, but it's like you're peeling a banana. Yeah, it's great. Sign language is great. I want to learn it. But I also saw some hard of hearing and deaf activists on TikTok getting very, very mad that hearing people are the main face of ASL on TikTok. So I want to learn from somebody who is, proper. Did you see the video of a Disney cast member doing sign language to a kid because he saw the kid talking to his parents with ASL? I've seen a bunch of videos like that. Disney characters, face characters, Universal characters, Santa Clauses. It's great. I should have specified in high school I was a stage director, lighting tech, also staged multiple times in high school. Yeah, high school backstage is way different from backstage. But, you know, it's still super useful. It's a good thing to do. That was not the right place to go. My ASL teacher was a deaf woman. Yeah. I guess, you know, because, like, representation is part of the zeitgeist now. It's part of the conversation. So, you know, if deaf people want to gatekeep who teaches about deaf language and deaf lifestyle, that's fine, right? As long as you can still learn about it. So even though I'm advocating for it now, even if I knew any of it, I still wouldn't. It wouldn't be my place to teach it, right? That's the way I see it now. Now that I've learned. There was, so when I was learning it in university to help out in the prayer space, it was a graduate student who was doing it. And so she was doing the speaking parts of the videos like it was a YouTube channel. But her professor, who was actually deaf, was teaching the actual signs. So it was good for a learning curve. Instead of like reading and looking at the signs, you can hear somebody explain it. But I thought that was a useful power dynamic, and obviously the professor was okay with it. So I'm okay with it too, I guess. If I could, that kind of work, being part of production crew, is a career I'd go into. Yeah. I've talked about this before. I wish my job was just making things. Like physically making things. I know I make content, but that's kind of a cop-out. But like physically making things with my hands, it would be so nice. But unfortunately, it's like, it takes a lot of work to get into there. As Hein was saying, like, the trades need people, but the trades is not, if you're late to the game, the trades is not like accessible as other industries, right? Physically making stuff is fun. I painted a droid a few weeks ago. It was the most fun I've ever had. Some of you saw that. That was on a live with Minhas. But like, painting a droid was just so much fun. I also acted and led and was the lead in one play. I loved all those things. Theater is great though. That's why, Taters, you need to take all these costumes that you have and make content. I don't want to force you to make content, but I will forcibly encourage you to make content, because that is just acting and directing and setting a stage all at once. That's what it is. And scripting and all that stuff too. There's value in work besides making money. It helps make unfun things I do a little less bad. Yes. That's also why, like, in my current job, the hardest part is the reporting, right? The easy part is making the website. The easy part is making the ads. The easy part is writing the copy. The hard part is the proposals and the quotes and the stuff that's not creative, right? Like I'm supposed to be writing a quote for a client right now, but instead I'm streaming, and I just don't want to. Right? I want to do the work. I want to get the stuff done. I want to make their website cool, but I just don't want to give them a quote. I want to be like, this is my hourly rate. Let me do it. It'll be done when it's done. I know that's not how it works on their side of the business. But yeah, an influencer influencing people to be influencers. Yeah, Taters, take some of the work off of my back. Alfred says, I would love to act. I remember acting out Romeo and Juliet in front of my English class, and that was fun. By acting, I mean just reading it out in character. Yeah, that was one of my favorite parts of like high school English class, was being able to actually like read and perform a little bit. We did. Whose death scene was it? Was it Benvolio's death scene? We did one of the death scenes and actually performed it. Like, we got into groups of 2 or 3 in class and we performed Romeo and Juliet. Just like in small groups. Come on, I could have landed that.
I think one of us can fly.
And I got to play Romeo, but we used lightsabers instead of swords. It was fantastic. Getting started is the hard part, and it also helps when I'm not streaming. I mean, I could do it on stream, but then I wouldn't be talking to you. I would be, because like video games, even though I've been dying like crazy, video games, I can try to play them and talk to people at the same time. Lego building, I can build and talk to people at the same time. But finding a quote for web development, I can't talk to people while I'm doing that. That's like, turn on the Bollywood music and just go. Yeah, but I gotta, procrastinators, sort stuff and shower and code. Yeah, right? We always have things to do. We did Hamlet, but we were all super goths. I love it. That would be fantastic. Like I said in my last stream, I don't know Hamlet. Am I supposed to go down this way? I am. Okay. Yeah. Never seen Hamlet outside of Lion King. I know, take away my English degree. But that was the problem when I took Shakespeare as a class in university, is the professor is like, you've already read all the Shakespeare classics, right? We're gonna skip those and go straight to the weird stuff. I'm like, no, I actually haven't. I haven't read the classics. I don't know the classics. Yeah, I know that Lion King is close enough to Hamlet, and Lion King 1.5 is close enough to that Hamlet spin-off. Gladstone and Glastonbury, I forget their names. I would know their names if I had read Hamlet or seen Hamlet. Guildenstern. Someone in Guildenstern are dead is the Lion King 1.5. Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead. That's the one. It's a let, but with ham. Hayam. Muslim. I can't do anything with ham. This is a ham-free zone. I wonder how many splinters the prince has from sliding all over this wood. So this prince, a lot. If I was playing as the actual prince that's supposed to be in this game, very few, because one of his hands is covered in metal. So that's at least half as many splinters. Sometimes you just get stuck in a loop. Ham radio. I go ham on ham radio. I don't. I was not that flavor of nerd in high school that got into ham radios. You know, people think that I'm smart, but I'm not smart enough to do a lot of things. Like engineering, biology, ham radios, mocks. I can't. I'm not that kind of smart.
Here we go.
All right, more ham for me. Not a fan of ham, though. You still get it. I like ham burgers. So if this ham... If you tell me to eat ham, you better say burger after it. Because I like hamburgers. I had a hamburger for dinner today. I'll take the ham then. You could do it, I promise. I can't. You don't understand. You don't understand. I did the physics. and I got through like one semester of actually being able to do physics. The math that is involved, I cannot do it. I cannot do it. It just goes straight through me like Tim Hortons coffee. I mean, I always blame like my education in the United States for that, because I was always advanced in like math and science in high school and in middle school and in elementary school. I was always advanced placement in those things. But then I found out that with No Child Left Behind, that doesn't mean anything. Oh, I could have landed that too. That means literally nothing. Because No Child Left Behind means that if you are advanced in math and science, then if you go out of the country, you are behind in math and science. No Child Left Behind needs to be deleted, but the test scores are good, which means you have to keep it. Because there's no other indication of a child learning other than standardized tests, right? There's no other indication of the performance of a school or a teacher than standardized tests, he says sarcastically. I am from here too. Sarah, I know you're from there too, but you stayed. You went to CU, I went to U of C. That's the difference, right? If I had gone to CU, I could catch up. For sure I could catch up. But I didn't. I went to UC. And so all the stuff that they said in physics class, which is like, we're not going to cover this because you did it in high school. Surprise, I didn't do it in high school. I'm sure I could have taken like one course at CU that would have brought me from No Child Left Behind level high school to like actual standards of math and science. How did we get from Ham to No Child Left Behind? Let me check the chat real quick. That doesn't help. The chat doesn't help. How did we get from Ham? Oh, I'm not that specific. I'm not the type of nerd that does like construction and engineering and ham radio and stuff, because I'm not smart enough. And the reason that I'm not smart enough, I blame No Child Left Behind. Even though I know it's my own fault, I blame No Child Left Behind. Oops. I also blame No Child Left Behind for missing that poll. We only teach them to pass the test, not the scores to learn. Yeah.
Believe me, I prefer being alive.
That's exactly what it is. Because why have an education if you can't quantify it, right? Why have a quality of life if you can't quantify it, which is why we have GDP. Why do anything if you can't put it as a number on a spreadsheet? Huh? This is the Tower of Ormazd, the fertile ground. Oh, you guys can hear it. Never mind, I'm reading the subtitles.
He doesn't seem to care about his people either. They seem predictable.
That's fine. Keep saying things like that, and you can make enemies of two gods.
Yes, do the stereotypical millennial thing, blaming the things that aren't them. I'm going to do the stereotypical millennial thing and blame the systems that were put in place by the previous generation that disincentivize progress. I'm going to do that.
I don't think this tower is too stable.
Thank you for the posture check. I needed it. Yes, I'm totally, if I'm going to be any of the millennial stereotypes, it's going to be cares too much about Harry Potter and blames the boomers for things that boomers did.
Bring the masonry down.
Masonry, masonry, masonry. Not my ex-company, this masonry. Okay.
Push it back.
I can see you slowly slipping into the chair. Yes, you can. I'm getting too heated here. I need to switch to my other chair. My other chair I can't slip down. That's more of a stereotype. Yes, that's more of a stereotype, which is also offensive, so now you're getting canceled. By whom, though? Boomers don't know how to cancel things. Boomers cancel things like home ownership and 401ks. Why would they cancel me? They've already canceled me. Boomers don't need to cancel me. They've already canceled my future. And Gen Z's not going to cancel me because they have less of a future than I do. Don't forget, I'm 30 and I get to breathe air. That's not something the next generation gets to do. So... The boomers really love trying to flip that shit on us though, huh? Yes. I'm sorry I don't eat at Applebee's anymore, boomers. I'm sorry I don't go golfing anymore. I don't have a future. I don't have time for golf. I have to turn all of my hobbies into something monetizable. Otherwise, I don't have a roof over my head. That's why instead of playing video games for fun, I play video games for work. Instead of building Legos for fun, I build Lego for work. And instead of talking about politics and movies for fun, instead of watching movies for fun, I watch movies for work. Thanks, boomers. By other millennials, boomers out here canceling things like retiring. Oh, stretch. I gotta pause the boss battle to get a stretch. Ugh. I've given my personality to multiple corporations on the internet so that they can make a profit off of it. Thanks, boomers. They also like to get offended at the thought of the younger generation getting offended by things that they aren't actually offended by. Yeah, that's probably one of my favorite things, is getting offended by made-up stuff. Like, we get offended when you offend stuff, but like, I'm not out here trying to police language. Boomers, do the thing you love and never work a day in your life. And you'll never work a day in your life. Right. Because I'm doing the thing I love for work. Thank you to all my subscribers. Thank you especially to my Prime subscribers. Because I like it when I get money without you giving me money. Yeah. So, here's a fun fact for people that aren't immigrants, I guess. But the common understanding is that boomer mentality, like Western boomer mentality, is on par with first generation immigrant mentality. And most of the people that I hang out with in real life are first generation immigrants. So imagine the time that I have explaining what I do on Tuesdays to immigrants. Hot take, Hyan, what's a career? If corporations don't have loyalty to their employees anymore, then you can't build a career, right? If you cannot stay in a job long enough to have a career, then a career is not possible. And jobs are not structured for you to be in a long time, right? My dad had his job for 18 years. Yeah, that's what it is, right? But here's the thing. If you work a construction job, for example, and you're not unionized because everyone loves busting unions, what are the odds that you take an injury and your job is going to still support you while you recover from your injury, right? It's zero. If you're in the United States, it's pretty much zero. Oops. Right? Kellogg's just did that recently. John Deere just did that recently, right? Where a career, like we like to think of a career as a long-term job, because that's what it is on the service. But what a career actually is when the job cares as much about you as you care about the job, right? Assuming that y'all care at all about either things, right? When the job needs help, you help the job. When you need help, the job helps you, right? None. My husband was injured at a construction job. So yeah, that's Canada, right? Hot take. If I'm going to be doing a job of 3 full-time workers for your company, you need to pay me enough to live and eat. Yes. That's the other thing, is if a company hires someone, they need to pay for that person to be alive. John Deere is under fire for a right to repair as well. Yes. John Deere is just getting it. That's part of the reason why agriculture stuff is so expensive now, is because John Deere's workforce, John Deere's supply line, and John Deere's stupid right to repair. And they have a large portion of the agriculture market on lock, so all of these problems are compounded. With less work for people. That's not always an option, right? Yeah, that's what you did, and the company is fixed. Right? Was capitulated on right to repair. Yes. That was one of their founding things. Just like Kellogg's was founded on being a wholesome family company, and then when they got rid of single income households and they got rid of job security and they got rid of job safety, people were pissed. Because there used to be a time where one person in the family goes to a job. Yes, Hyan, you've highlighted the point here. You got the point, right? The jobs don't care about the people, so having a career is impossible. The only time people can have a career is when they make their own job, right? When you become an entrepreneur, or in some cases, a content creator, if your content is spread out enough, so like not me, right? I guess, yeah, Kellogg's was founded on wholesome family values, but the wholesome family values of a religious cult that didn't want you to masturbate, which I'm sure we can all relate to. But still, like, that's why people took jobs at Kellogg's. That's why people took jobs at the post office. That's why people take the jobs that they take, is because the assumption is, can you give me an example, Hyan? I'm hurting for an example. I'm hurting for an example of any company that is sustainable enough to take care of their employees when their employees aren't there, right? Any company that gives like 2 to 3 weeks of sick leave and vacation pay and stuff like that. Any company that's not a startup that gives those things, please. And the reason I'm saying not a startup is because startups are not sustainable. Startups rely on so much gambling that while some people have turned them into a career in the short term, what usually happens is they ended up either failing and falling back on some safety net that they already have, or they end up being bought out if they're successful. Entrepreneur, content creator, some small family businesses. Right, but those aren't sustainable, right? If I open up a bookstore, what is stopping? Okay, so 2 things. One, if I open up a family-owned bookstore or a family-owned grocery store, what's stopping Walmart or Amazon or other people from taking over that territory and making it so that I can't have a job anymore, right? Nothing. There's no regulation around it. There's nothing stopping somebody from taking over that industry, right? Also, entrepreneur, content creator, and small family business need capital to start up. They are restricted to upper middle class and upper class. The only reason that I am a content creator is because when I started this, I had a stable enough job that I could afford to be a content creator, right? That's the only thing. If I didn't have a stable job this time last year, I would not be a content creator. I would not be doing this right now because I don't have enough capital to start up content creation, right? I definitely don't have enough capital to start up a brick and mortar business. My brother just sent me a listing right now, $60,000 to buy out an empty restaurant,
What now?
right?
We've run out of pillars.
Cornflakes were marketed as bland cereal that would curb the desire to masturbate. I don't think they were marketed as that. They were marketed within the cult as that, not to wide audiences. That's when Frosted Flakes came in. You'd be surprised how cheaply you can
My
start a
kind.
business.
I don't want to get squished on
Right.
rocks. People like me this
Can you
shape.
give me an example,
Girls
Hein?
like me this shape.
How many gods have you made angry?
Let's just get out of here.
Because if you're manufacturing a product, and this is a problem that a lot of startups, I just spilled Coke all over my face. So this is a problem that, and you can tell I'm getting heated too. This is a problem that a lot of startups face when they have a physical product that addresses a pain point in the market, right? You see this all the time. You have an idea for a product, you prototype a product on your own. In order to bring it to market, you need to have one, startup capital, and two, some sort of manufacturing. In-house manufacturing does not scale, right? So what people do is they soft launch their product, right? Pressure washer is a couple $100, and you need time, right? So while you're starting up a pressure washing business, how are you paying your bills? How are you putting food on your table while you are starting up, while you are doing the marketing and stuff like that, while you are getting your name out there, right? You're not going to be able to pay your bills day one pressure washing, right? So when somebody has a physical product that they're marketing, they do a soft launch, right? Maybe it's on Kickstarter, maybe they're starting with a small batch. As soon as they get a little bit of success, one of the larger manufacturers is going to step in and produce it cheaper, produce it faster,
That's it. Keep praying.
produce it probably not better quality, but people really don't care about quality when it's cheaper and faster, right? Immediately, their stuff is gone. If they make the mistake of selling it on a platform that has good analytics, yes. High-end, that is the point, right? In order to have a career, you can't get a career from someone else, first of all. So in order to have a career, in order to have a job that will continue to support you, you need to already have time and money, right? So if you're just coming out of school or trade school and you don't already have a job in your industry lined up, where are you going to get that time? Where are you going to get that money, right? If you are just becoming an adult and you're living with your parents, where are you going to get that time? Where are you going to get that money? Unless your parents support you, in which case, fine, right? That's how people get successful. Jeff Bezos had $3,000 from his parents to start off, right? To start his little entrepreneurial thing. In order to spend time and money, you need to have time and money, right? And while you are using that time and money, you sacrifice sleep, friends, family, free time. Do you? Do you sacrifice that? Or do you sacrifice food on your table and a roof over your head? Right? Because while you're chasing your dream, what's paying your bills? While you're chasing your dream, what's keeping you alive? Unless you have the support of other people, like investors, which you can't have without connections, like your parents, if you have rich parents, where do you get the time and money? There's only 24 hours in a day. And if you're starting with zero money, it is impossible to get more money except by accident. Right? You can't take a side job while you start on your dream because side jobs don't pay you enough to have a dream. And they keep it that way. And free time because you're working a 9 to 5 until you make enough later. But paying you 9 to 5, taking a 9 to 5 in this day and age, in this economy, does not pay you enough to have a dream. It does not. Right? Oops. Yeah, we're not sacrificing. When we say blood, sweat, and tears, we mean yours, not somebody else's. Right? The wanted posters. I forgot those are still a thing. Right? Where are you going to get that? Where are you going to get the time? If you're working a 9 to 5, you don't have healthcare, probably, unless you're super lucky, right? If you're working a 9 to 5, you don't have disposable income to prototype a product, to buy a pressure washer, right? If you're working a 9 to 5, when are you going to clean sidewalks with your pressure washer? Yeah. And I'm saying And so you're saying that sometimes dreams fail, and I'm saying the way that the economy is set up right now is for dreams to fail, right? When we look at the current state of capitalism that we have in the United States, that we have in Canada, the dream is designed to fail. The only way to be successful is to already be successful. And you can point to all the examples you want. Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, they all had handouts from their parents. Talked about Jeff Bezos earlier. Can't talk about him too much because this is his platform, right? They all had handouts.
Hope it's not damaged.
One way to find
So
out.
you don't get to meet any of your needs, and you might have a chance at a career, but if a major corp like Amazon doesn't scoop your idea, leaving you with zero cash flow. Exactly. The way that the system is designed is for you to fail. Why? Only had one emerald mine though. He only got made fun of in school because he had emeralds pouring out of his pockets, right? He only had one emerald mine. And Elon Musk and Gary Vaynerchuk, those are like my favorite examples because they're like the dude bros of the internet. They spend millions and millions and millions of dollars. Millions and millions and millions of dollars. Right?
Shall we get out
On
before
failures.
Oz drops his own tower on us?
But they get one
Of all
payoff.
the people for
right?
Oz to send, why did
People don't have millions of dollars to
Wasn't
fail.
sent by anyone.
Gary Vee does.
you just lost
Gary Vee
your
got
mind
his
in
start
the desert?
because his dad owned a liquor store. His dad was an immigrant, owned a liquor store, worked, right? That was his career.
Sent 1,000 people.
He took inventory from his dad's liquor store in order to make YouTube videos about them, right?
I'll keep thinking it's
Would Gary Vee be as famous as he is right now if he didn't have access to his dad's liquor store? No.
The second black
None of his Twitter nonsense, none of his, like, just invest in the right things and I'm Gary Vee and I love grapes. Sometimes I get Gary Vee confused with the Gary Vee impersonators. None of that would exist if he didn't have access to his dad's inventory, right? Amazon wouldn't exist if he didn't have $3,000. Microsoft wouldn't exist if, one, his parents who were on the school board of his private school did not convince the rest of the school board to let him drop out of classes that everyone else was required to take to play on the computer that his school had that most other schools did not have. He also wouldn't have made any money if he didn't take software that was free and charge people for it, right? Skills that can be learned on the internet are non-transferable, right? They have, like, anything that you can learn on the internet can be done by a robot. Anything that you can learn on the internet can be done by a robot, 100%. Because the robots have access to the same videos. Small businesses are like 80... No, they are not. They are certainly not. The appearance of small businesses are. Politicians love to say that small businesses are the heart of the economy, that they're a big portion of the economy, but they're not. And even when they are being destroyed, systematically destroyed. Systematically destroyed, right? Because whether it's tech or production, if there's a startup, somebody's going to steal it. If they're retail or resell, somebody's going to overtake them, right? Somebody like Amazon is going to come in, sell at a loss for a few months just to put you out of business, and then hike their prices up again. The US GDP is done by like 20% of the people. The United States has one of the highest poverty rates in the world. Also, GDP is not an indication of quality of life. It's not an indication of individual wealth. It's not really an indication of anything except how many tax breaks you give to billionaires so that they move their funds to your country. Anyway, in America, tons of bills have been passed in the last few years to really hinder small businesses that don't have billion-dollar backers. Exactly. the only way to be successful as a small business or an entrepreneur nowadays is to have billions of dollars in backing. And I'm saying that as a small content creator, right? I would be making $0 without the billionaire Jeff Bezos, without the billionaires who fund TikTok, without the millionaires in Redbubble and Streamlabs and all the other things that I need to do to have a business, right? Even though this is barely a business, this is not enough to live off of, right? Or finding pain points in the market and then getting bought out and making more money. Yeah, temporarily. And then what do you do? That's still not a career, right? I have an uncle that did that. And not like an uncle, like my dad's cousin, actually related to me. He had a startup. He found a pain point in the market and sold it for $14 million. He lives in a mansion now and his life sucks. Absolutely sucks. His life sucks worse than mine does. His kids hate him, his mom hates him, his wife hates him. It sucks. Between Walmart and Amazon, all of the pain points are taken care of, right? Walmart is profiting off of low-income people, just across the board. And Amazon is catering to the middle and high-income people who like convenience over cheapness, right? That's the entire market. When you look at the ultra-wealthy people, they are not buying from these markets. They are not a part of these markets. He's also just a bad person. Yeah, he is a bad person. He was also a bad person before he made $14 million. But then his cousin in Africa is like struggling to put food on the table. Mother's having health issues. Sister's having health issues, right? Sister, like struggling, right? But when we visited them, they gave us gifts. They put food in our bellies because they're nice people. They don't have anything, but they're nice people. And $14 million over here can't help them. Yeah. No, but so I want you to answer this question real quick. If all the millionaires and billionaires are assholes, what does that say about millionaires and billionaires? What does that say about becoming a millionaire or a billionaire? If it just so happens that all of the rich people are assholes. Right? And the mother, oh, I didn't know the sister died too. Okay. He's still good people. Huge fan. Right? That's what it is. And so if you can make an extra buck by not taking care of your employees, if you can make an extra buck by selling your solution, your career, your passion, right? Yeah. Because being rich is hard, right? You have a 1 in a bajillion chance of being rich, but the system incentivizes being an asshole. Square and rectangle, exactly, right? If you have to be an asshole in order to be rich, you start with being an asshole. Whether you get rich or not is not really up to you. That's up to luck and circumstance. But you start off by being an asshole. Right? Don't forget, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation would not have happened if Bill Gates' parents did not bully him into it. Yeah. And check their finances. Right? Check the finances of the owner. Don't forget that anecdotes are not evidence. I know. I know that anecdotes are not evidence. But who's going to publish research on millionaires and billionaires? Right? You have to just look at the handful that you have access to. You have to look at the decisions that they make, right? Shutting down the post office, maintaining student loans, dismantling the EPA. Right? Every single data point is pointing in one direction. And even when it points in a different direction, if you look harder, it's pointing in the same direction. If you hoard millions of billions of dollars, you're an asshole. Yeah, I agree. I agree. For me, at least, money is only useful when it's being spent, right? Going back to the knowledge conversation, yeah, it's a good point to bring up, Alfred, right? Anecdotes aren't evidence, right? So how do we turn anecdotes into evidence? We get more of it, right? And then going back to the knowledge conversation, knowledge, it's the same as not having knowledge if you don't use it. Money is the same as not having money if you don't use it, right? So yeah, rich people spend a lot of money on their whatever they're doing. Their tax evasion, their lobbying, their, you know, yachts and houses and all the commodities that they buy because they're rich, right? That's part of it. I missed all of these pillars. Nope, there it is. But what about the money that they don't spend? It would be the same, like society-wise, their personal life-wise, if they didn't have that money, right? You can't eat shares of Amazon. Yes. But you can trade Amazon shares for food.
Show us the way.
Right? So when they have their assets and their shares and all that stuff, their stock options and all that stuff, they're getting it by taking money away from people who can use money, right? The value of the company goes up when you underpay your employees, right? When you are more profitable, right? Whether that profit is realized or in non-liquid assets, by taking money away from people, you are adding to your wealth, whether it's real or imagined. To get backup credit, they are never going to fully pay off to continue making themselves, the banks, and an extension themselves, more money. And then when they fail, right? And then when they fail, you get the bailouts, right? I don't know if I posted the video about this or if I just made the video about this, but when it comes to housing market crash, when it comes to stock market crash, when it comes to recession, when it comes to depressions, when it comes to the plague that we are currently in, who gets support? Oh, I did post this video. I remember getting comments about it, I think from Taters, right? Who gets the support? Not the people. Not the people who are suffering, not the people who are dying, not the people who are losing their homes, losing their jobs, losing their health. No, obviously not. Why would we help them? They are useless. We cannot quantify their value. That's more of a whole problem with the stock market more than capitalism. Why do you think the stock market exists? Who made the stock market? Why do you think the stock market functions the way that the stock market functions? And when it doesn't function the way that the rich people want it to function, they ask for regulations. The same thing happened with GameStop, right? Oh no, poor people are taking the rich people's money. We need regulations now. Right? Same thing with cryptocurrency. 90% of cryptocurrency is held by banks and billionaires. 90%. Right? And when the going gets tough, when the poor people get too much money, crashes. Market crashes. because that's how you maintain the wealth. So whether it's imaginary wealth in stocks and bonds and assets and all that stuff, the way that you get it is by taking it. That's all it is, right? Yes. Remember, the market is a set of rules made by people who benefit from the market. That's it. No.
That's right.
I'm still gonna disagree with you because you've brought that up since the first stream. This idea that all people are evil and shouldn't be trusted. I'm still going to disagree with you, right? Because all I'm seeing is a matter of priority. This is all a matter of priority, right? The people who prioritize a number on a spreadsheet will sacrifice themselves, sacrifice their family, sacrifice their employees, sacrifice other people to make that number go up. But the people who care about each other, the people who care about their families, care about themselves, care about the impact that they have on the world, not a number on the spreadsheet, but what they do on their immediate environment and their immediate people around them. Right? Then, have you talked to that line cook? Have you asked him what his problem is or what her problem is? I'm curious. So I'm going to speak from my own experience here because I am the only person with thoughts that I actually know and understand. So this is from my own experience. Probably does not apply to that line cook. But when I'm at my most pissed, my most angry, my most inconsolable, when I am an asshole, it is usually financial. Right?
Think he's planning a surprise for us?
It is usually financial.
It's the fertile ground.
True.
When my depression is the worst,
Comfortable if he attacked us.
it is financial. Because the number on the spreadsheet does not match the value that I have, that I know I have as a human being. That's when I get pissed. That's when I turn into an asshole. Right? The line cook could be the same way. Right?
Please let me get to the top.
Paycheck comes too late. Wages are garnished. Somebody's not tipping the kitchen. Maybe that's why they turn into an asshole. Right? Maybe they've been beaten down.
He's trying to
It's not the money making them an asshole, it's the fact that they are assholes, that they are able to become billionaires. Yes. I think that's what I tried to allude to earlier. The asshole comes first. The billionaire comes maybe. Maybe. Right? A line from Parasite that stuck out to me was the rich family could finally afford to be nice. Yeah. Afford to be nice.
get across if we get these beams lined.
You know how much nicer I would be
Then again,
if I could afford it? I would not be doing this right now, right? If I could afford it, I would not be doing this. If I could afford it, every single stream I did would be a charity stream, right? If I did streaming at all, I might just take people out to dinner, right?
this one turns all of
Take care of my family.
That's rotated all of them.
Right? Pay off my brother's house. Get my own house. Pay off my parents' debt. Let them retire because they've been trying to retire for years. Right? But I'm never going to be that rich. Why? Because I'm not an asshole. I try really hard not to be an asshole. Because it's more important for me to not be an asshole than it is to be rich. I did this wrong. Or how they act with money. Yes. Again, like I said just a few seconds ago, it's about priorities, right? If you prioritize food over everything else, then you're just going to be a food person, right? Still trying to figure this out. Right? If you prioritize reading books over everything, are you going to make a lot of friends? Are you going to go out to dinner too much? No, you're going to sit at home and read books, right? However, no more hyperdrive checks. I'm out. Thanks for the hydration check. Right? If you prioritize playing video games, I had a friend in high school that prioritized video games over school, over friends, over everything. That's all he got. That's still all he has. Right? The problem that I have is if you prioritize, thank you for the posture check, if you prioritize money, whether it's here in America or in Canada or in Africa or Asia or Europe, wherever you go, if you prioritize money and you sacrifice everything else for money, then you win. Then you are rewarded. Right? That's the problem that I have. How do I get onto that platform? Okay, this only turns in two directions. The love of money is the root of all evil. Exactly. This is why I disagree with you when you say people are evil. They're not. They have the opportunity to be good people. But it's not an equal opportunity. Right? It's not an equal opportunity. The cards are stacked against being a good person. Not because of human nature, not because of original sin, not because of divine command, not because of evolution. The cards are stacked against them because a bunch of billionaires said so. That's exactly what it is. I'm really not figuring out this puzzle, am I? Yeah. So this turns the platforms 360. This turns the whole platform. Which I don't think I need to do once it's closest to the light. Right? I feel like this is the correct position for this platform. Oops. Back to the hypothetical line, cool. Why would they be asshole if they could choose not to be evil and would probably make less people hate them? Because that's not their priority, right? Their priority isn't for people to not hate them. Their priority is to be successful, right? The line cook, yes, the line cook, right? I like how it turned from a line cook that you know, where you know the restaurant owner, to a hypothetical line cook. That's a fun little thing. Okay, I think I figured it out. I need to turn this one twice. because I can only turn the other one once. I like that these are labeled with like red and white. Helps. Okay. And then hopefully when I get to the last platform, I can turn it into the direction that I need. Yes! Okay. Now we're line cooking with gas. So, if he is nice to people, he is a line cook. If he is mean to people, then he is a line cook with social upward mobility. Right? So if he wants to be a nice line cook, he has that option. Right. Okay. That's fair. That's an oversight on my part. Totally fair. Hypothetical line cook. Right?
You close your eyes in blind faith.
If he was a nicer person, would he be as willing to ask for raises? If he was a nicer person, would he have lots of friends and relationships that he treats to treats? Right? If he was a nice person, would he prioritize making the food fast or making the food good? Right? No. We're talking when we're talking about upward mobility here, we're talking about not like getting a new job, but optimizing the job that you have. Min-maxing the job that you have, right? Okay, Elika attacks work on this guy. And only Elika attacks. Fantastic. Oops. Right. Enemy change state, only blue. Hypothetically, if he was a butthead, he could use that at least effort for greater pay. He could. He could use it in an effort for greater pay. If that's an option. That's not always an option when you're a line cook. Or because he's an asshole, he has no qualms making shitty food for people. Thanks. It got approved right after the last stream, so I'm glad you're making use of it. I hope to see it on the recap at the end of the year. Okay, when he's glowing blue, Elika attacks. When he's glowing orange, Gauntlet attacks. He's glowing orange, Elika, Gauntlet attack. Yeah, right? Because if he was a nice dude and he was rushed in his work or he had to put out dishes that he didn't quite like or couldn't put the effort in that he wanted to, he would have a problem with that. He would have serious emotional problems about that, right? But when you're an asshole, you can do the bare minimum and get away with it because you don't feel bad. So it's the least problem for him, and this at least decreases his chances of not so great life reason. Right? Including maybe throwing people under the bus. Yeah! Assholes can throw people under the bus all the time. It's their favorite hobby. There's not enough buses for all the assholes. Right? And why is that? Right? Let's assume that a raise is on the table. Right? Is he going to get a raise for making a slightly better smoked salmon? I couldn't think of any foods.
What do you think he was
Or is he going to get a raise for making 2 smoked salmons in the time that it takes to make 1?
Links the grounds to the temple.
Right?
He was trying to set Ahriman free.
In an ideal world,
seek a way to finish him
if I was God King of the universe, he would get a raise for making a better smoked salmon instead of making 2 smoked salmons. But in the world that we live in, he's more likely to get a raise for making 2 smoked salmons than he is for making a better smoked salmon, right? Because a decent smoked salmon is $12. A bad smoked salmon is $12. The best smoked salmon you've ever had from that same restaurant is $12. But 2 smoked salmons is $24, right? So if there's upward mobility, if upward mobility is an option, then being an asshole pays off, right? The alternative is, just like you said, trades are hard. Being a line cook, also hard, right? So he may know that in your area there's not a lot of line cooks to go around, right? So he can afford to be an asshole. He can afford to be an asshole with a chance that it will pay off. Because if it doesn't pay off, he's in the same spot he was before, right? Line cooks also get tips, in my opinion. They work hard. Yes. I don't know. It depends on the specific restaurant if the tips actually go to the people who earn them. But that's a different problem for a different time. Was it white towards this one or red towards this one? Let's try red first. I forget. Probably should have paid attention. I didn't know I was going to have to come back here. Right? And because you live in the States, right, tipping is mandatory. So the tip on a bad smoked salmon is the same as the tip on a good smoked salmon, right? Now, is the tip worth making a great smoked salmon? No, because then the tip on a great smoked salmon is less than the tip on 2 mediocre smoked salmons. I don't know why I'm so obsessed with smoked salmon. I gotta go to the grocery store tomorrow and get some. I blame Sarah for this. Sarah, if you're still here, I'm blaming you for the salmon talk. Okay, now let's see if I can get back. Oh, a little handhold thing, right? So that's the question, right? Which is both good and bad. Exactly. Pool tips is just socialism, right? It's pretty much the same. Corporate socialism, which can be good, depending on the distribution. It can be bad, depending on the distribution, right? In a capitalist system, it's bad, because pooling tips disincentivizes work, right? And if your work is disincentivized, then you can't be exploited as much, because you have no incentive to stay exploited. And capitalism necessitates exploitation, which is fine for the system, not fine in general. 540 light seeds. Oh my goodness. It would help if I could actually get the light seeds. Hey, at least this is water now. Also worth noting that people don't owe niceness to people. Yeah. There is, if your priority is to feel good, then being nice to people helps, in my experience, right?
That's another one.
But if your priority is to get by, being nice to people doesn't help too much.
Stay close.
Oh, dang it, I wanted to go back and get the light seed. Alright. Cold also makes people fresher out of ways to have to pick up a slime. Yes. So it can do that. Can it? I don't know. I've never actually worked in a tipped service industry. So I'll let other people be the judge on that. People are owed being treated like a human. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Not in the current state of things, they're not. Because not treating people like humans is more beneficial if you want to have a successful career, if you want to make money, if you want to be what capitalism defines as successful. Don't treat people like people. Treat people like frictionless spheres. That's what we learned from all these economists. Thanks for resetting, Ring. That would have been very difficult if you hadn't done that, right? I'll give myself as an example because, again, I'm the only one I can talk about with any, like, with any sort of, you know, I'm the only one I know, right? On the videos where I'm a little bit mean, on the videos where I clap back and I make fun of people and I call people racists and I use the term racist, orders of magnitude more success than my videos where I'm calm and nice and educational, right? The ones where I have conversations with commenters instead of just dunking on them perform way, way worse than the videos where I'm dunking, right? Now, if there was a profit motive in that, if I lived in the States and I had access to the creator fund, guess what happens to the way I treat people on TikTok? Right? I stop treating them like people, that's for sure. Because treating them like anonymous not American, I was reading your comment, sorry. Treating them like anonymous, frictionless spheres on TikTok would make so much more money than treating them like people who have opinions and ideas that can be engaged with. Right? But because I'm not getting paid by TikTok, I can afford to be nice to people. There's no incentive for me to be mean. Now, if I wanted to grow the platform, become a full-time content creator and all that stuff, I would be mean to people 24/7. I'd be making fun of people, I'd be making fun of commenters, I'd be making fun of Disney and Marvel and Star Wars more than I already do, right? Because that's what gets the clicks, and that's what gets the money. Yes, that extra $2. When that's your only income, that extra $2 helps. People are owed it doesn't mean people get it because people are selfish. I don't think, in the system that we have, that is physicists. Again, physics background, right? As a former bartender, tipping is a stupid bad concept that should be abolished and replaced with living wages. I agree, as someone who has never been a bartender and never had a tip job. I guess this is technically a tip job, and Minhas is the only person who's ever tipped me, but I get it. Servers get paid less than minimum wage because they're expected to get tips. Have that included on their taxes. Bingo. American runs on dunking on people. Yes. American TikTok does run on dunking on people, right? Aside from the racism in the algorithm, where creators with the same with creators of color with the same content as white creators have like demonstrably fewer views and fewer income in the States, which is a different problem. Being mean, dunking on people, being elitist, and not treating people like people will get you like will get you views and clicks and money, right? That's how you build a sustainable social media career. You be an asshole. To be fair, I don't like tipping via Twitch methods because I don't like Twitch getting more money than they should. That's fair. I also don't like Twitch getting money, right? Which is why I always encourage people, if they have Prime, to use their Twitch Prime, because then you're not paying anything and Amazon is paying me. And also, I don't ask for tips. Does coffee count as tips? Coffee counts as tips. I think you've given me, in Canadian terms, like 6 coffees from your one donation, which is super nice. I know it's listed as that, but I just get a double from Tim's. It's like $2 for an extra large. But yeah, coffee counts, and I've gotten some donations from there, but I don't ask, right? I asked once as a joke, and somebody actually did. 2 people actually did, but they used their real names, so I couldn't talk about it. But yeah, and coffee, I get more of the money from them than I would on Twitch or I would on TikTok. I've only made to date 27 cents on TikTok. And that's just from doing lives, gifts from lives. And that TikTok takes 90% of. Like the gifts that I got were $1 each. And I made 28 cents out of all of the gifts. So if that tells you how that works, then there you go. But yeah, coffee is good. PayPal, Cash App is great because then I can just leave it there, and then the fee is lower if I take it out in a lump sum, which you guys already know about. Twitch running a video platform, especially a live one, is hard and expensive. It is hard and expensive. It is hard and expensive. I'll give it that much, right? But
1,000 years must have made them a little
after
rusty.
the Amazon takeover, and with the changes that they've made in the past year for creators, for affiliates or partners, I don't know, the one that I'm not. My Cash App is just Akildonati. Don't send me the thing for the game. I can get the game. But also I don't have access to my American accounts right now. Partners, yes. So with the changes for Twitch partners, yes, it is expensive to run a site like this, but the money that is being taken away from subs and donations and bits and all that thing is way more than what's needed to keep the company afloat. It's way more than what's needed to keep the platform running, right? You know, Sarah, my emails pop up on my screen while I'm streaming. It's out of frame for the overlay, but if I see an email from Cash App, ooh, I'm coming for you, and not in a good way. At this point, I'm convinced that YouTube is just there as a service to society, that they keep losing money so investors don't shut it down. That they keep from losing money so investors don't shut it down. Yeah, I think we talked about this a little bit last week as well.
Where to now?
Because most YouTube users use it as a service. They don't use it as a social media platform, which is what Google intended, obviously, with their acquisition. But yeah, I mean, I get YouTube Premium because I'm part of a Google family plan and it's included in there. I don't consider YouTube a social media platform, really. I do, only because I'm an old school YouTuber. And this is what we talked about last stream as well, is that I was on YouTube back when it was really, really, really trying to push its social media stuff. And I tried to engage with that and become a YouTuber and all that stuff. It didn't work out. I'm surprised it worked out with TikTok. Because I'm just not that interesting. However, I still see it as a social media platform, but I understand that most people don't, which is fine. It has way more utility than being a social media platform. Unlike things like Facebook, which are also considered more than social media platforms, but definitely shouldn't be. They have to store all those videos from forever. The video sizes are getting larger. Yeah, that was what made YouTube so successful in the first place, is their ability to not downsize. What's the proper word for it? It starts with a C. Someone smart, help me out. But the way that they encode and store videos to make them smaller than they need to be, you can teach a whole masterclass on what YouTube does. Not transcode, what is it? I'm gonna remember it as soon as I stop the stream. I just know. Not condense, not encode. Compress, that's the one. Compress. I understand it as a social media platform, but I needed to actually consciously consider that. Yes. Yes. So it's not intuitively a social media platform, right? Whereas going back to the boomers, Facebook is not intuitively a social media platform for them. Because for a lot of people, the idea of social media is just foreign, right? they look at it as traditional media, as newspapers, as news, right? As books. I'd rather have them charge for higher quality if they keep some access free. The value to society is worth more than any profit. Yeah, this is something that started like way in the early internet when they were just figuring out how they were going to monetize content. And for some reason, they landed on ads. The entire internet will be funded by ads and data. And later on, like in the past 5 or 10 years, people realize that you can do both, right? So they're going to sell you ads for data, and they're going to charge you for content. They're just going to do both, and that's the world that we have to live in now. Right? William, I mostly use YouTube for music, videos, and training, fancy pants advertising. Yeah. I'm trying to write a script for my first YouTube video right now. I have no delusions of being successful. I just need a new hobby. That's why I started TikTok too. I think, were you the one that asked why I became a TikToker? I have that. I'll post it tomorrow. That'll be video number 2 for tomorrow. I think that was you. I'm pretty sure that was you. But yeah, I started content creation as a hobby. I started streaming as a hobby. I started TikTok as a hobby with no thought about being successful. If Adil's still here in the chat, he is the one that thought I would be successful. He is the one that buys all my merch when it comes out. He has the forbidden merch. Ooh. I do pay for ad-free on Twitch and YouTube because it's worth it for me, and companies probably make more than if they showed me ads. Yeah. I feel like YouTube is losing money on me. With the amount that I watch and the amount that I upload and the fact that I'm not paying for premium but still getting premium, YouTube is for sure losing money on me. William, you can't get the forbidden merch. You can't. Just do it and do it well, and you don't need to be successful monetarily, but it might happen. Yeah. As per our conversation, it probably won't happen. Yeah, they might be, but ads also barely pay for anything. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. YouTube ads are expensive. They're very expensive. We almost never give our clients YouTube ads because they're so expensive. I made a couple TikToks as a test, but I discovered I hate my own voice and almost gave up. Then I lost my voice for a few weeks and gained a new appreciation for it. That's nice. I always love when I lose my voice because my voice is so much sexier when I lose it. Depending on how I lose it. If I lose it because I've been shouting too much, like if I've been singing and partying and like crowd control at an event, then my voice gets really sexy. I lost it last week. You guys noticed in the Star Wars video, in the Toxic Star Wars fans video. I lost my voice from being sick, and it sounds just gross and squeaky. Oops. I thought there was going to be a gap there. Those voice filters are pretty popular too. As long as you don't use the SpongeBob one, I'm fine. I'll watch your videos, Humberton. I just hope there's enough people who see the value in society, to society in YouTube, and doesn't force Google to delete videos. Yeah, that's what I hope to as well. I have a more cynical view on it. I don't know if I've been cynical enough this stream, but YouTube ads, not YouTube ads, YouTube videos, Google Photos, Google Drive, all of the data that Google has, they are using to train robots. All of the YouTube videos, all of the Google Docs and stuff that they have, they're using to train robots. The only solace I have in that is that it's anonymized data. So they're not reading through your Google documents, they're amalgamating your Google documents and turning it into data before they send it off to the robots, which is fine. But Google sees the value in keeping old YouTube videos because you can keep using them to train new robots. So it's not a societal value, it's a technical value. That's the reason that they're keeping YouTube. And I think that's the reason you've been more cubical than me. And I think everyone is evil. Cynical. Yes, typo, cynical. I've been very cynical because, yes, I don't think everyone is evil. And I think people are fundamentally good if they put their priorities in the right place. But I get very, like I said, when it comes to finances, I get very, very pissed. And when it comes to the people who choose, I've said before that I don't believe evil exists, but for the simplicity of the discussion, for the people who choose evil, I get very, very angry. I thought it was just complimentary to the server farms. They need them anyway. For other aspects, storage might as well be used. That's part of it as well, right? I don't know which servers they're currently using, but if you're not cycling through them, sometimes servers can go bad. So having just random people's data on your server is great, and a lot of companies do that. The legal issues, but YouTube is definitely incentivized to keep their old videos more so than just the service to humanity, obviously. I need to put this button indicator a little bit lower, maybe on the bottom of the screen. My eyes just aren't going to the corner as much as I thought they would. I thought it was complimentary to server runs. Yeah. CGP great, and then also Earthman on TikTok just made a video about that. His was more political than CGP Gray's are. But, and I made a response to his video as well because his take I still think is optimistic. I figured out that I was looking at the wrong part of Star Trek for his video, so I agree with what he said in the context that he said it. But I still agree with the video that I made that neither, if we're looking strictly at the actions of politicians and political parties in North America, Star Trek Future is not an option. Star Trek is basically what happens if we solved all of our problems. But see, the thing is, Star Trek is not solving all of the problems. Star Trek is what happens when you solve one problem, and then, because you've solved that problem, you have the time and energy to solve every other problem. Okay, this is a puzzle. Which one do I get through first? Let's try this one. Oops. Is that looks fruitful. Let's go there. I should say all human problems like hunger. Yeah. But I would still classify that as solving one problem, right? Because if you take all the food in the world and group them together, and if you take all the people in the world and you group them together, hunger is solved, right? We have enough food for all the people in the world, right? The problem is a problem of distribution. And specifically, the problem is the commodification of food and how that affects distribution. Right? So they solve the problem. Oh. I can't go down. Okay, let's see if this works. Yep, that worked. Okay. Cannot go down. Who's going to distribute it if they're not paid? Right. So the problem that Star Trek solves is saying that the people who distribute it don't need to be paid, right? Because why do people need to be paid? So that they can buy food, right? So that they can buy shelter. So that they can buy all the things that they need to survive. Oops, that was the wrong combination of buttons, right? So by eliminating the need to use money as an intercessor for your needs, that's the one problem I think Star Trek has solved. Is not specifically eliminating money, but eliminating money as an intercessor for everything else, right? The problem with healthcare is not that we have healthcare. The problem with healthcare is that it's expensive. Why is it expensive? Because people need money. Why do they need money? To pay for healthcare, right? So the problems solve themselves. Okay, do I have a limited amount of time in here that I can do? Okay. Come on, come on, come on.
Now this is fun.
Okay. Is this the right place to be? Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. Star Trek humanity didn't really solve the problems. They got close enough to meet the Vulcans. They talked around things. With the replicators making matter out of energy or something. But they implemented holodeck and replicator credits. Oh, back to healthcare. Right. Sorry, it's touchy subject because they're still trying to get rid of it.
Can't reach it.
We'll have to get to those other switches.
Okay, this is not the right one. Okay. Let's see. I don't have a health bar in that game. I don't know if that's important or not. If we had replicators and magic tools that healed most health issues, then let's give it to everyone. Exactly. Exactly. And they understand the money type value and trading other things in space group kingdoms. Right. So that's why I look at it as Star Trek only solving one problem. Right? By eliminating the need for money and all of the things that we need money for.
One more to go.
Okay. Oh gosh, I don't remember which pillars I've already climbed. Okay. I think it's this one. Think? Right. So we don't, because that's literally science fiction. If they existed, they would solve several problems. Hold on, I think I'm on a time limit here, so I'm gonna check on the chat in just a second. Okay, up above the corruption. No pun intended. Okay, but we don't, because it's literally science fiction. But if they existed, it would solve several problems in a sustainable way, because we won't need to buy food or healthcare. Exactly. They didn't eliminate the money, though, really. They traded it and showed us the rosy sides. So what I like about Star Trek, based on what I've seen and I've seen people talking about, is what if money was optional? What if money was not for things that you needed, but only for things that you wanted?
It's clearing.
Then let's get
Right?
to the top before the alchemist chokes us off again.
So if your needs, like housing, food, healthcare, education, social stimulus, communications, if all of those things were taken care of, what kind of a society would we build? And the answer is going off and exploring places. Not for resources, not for exploitation, not to get slaves and stuff, right? But just for the sake of exploring. For the prime directive, right? Explore and don't mess anything up. Because your needs are taken care of, right? And because your needs are taken care of, if you want money... Okay, again, I'm not totally versed in Star Trek. I'm just going off of, like, bare bones knowledge, right? Right? But it's a cool thought experiment to imagine not a world without money, but a world where money is optional, right? What would I be doing with my life if money was optional? I would be streaming 7 days a week. I would be making content 7 days a week. I would be hanging out with my friends 7 days a week. Right? Or maybe not that, because that would get boring, right? I would help my sister out with her work, right? That's what I would do. I would grade her papers, I would look at her students' work, I would give her activities to do in the classroom. Why? Because that's what I love doing. And right now I can't get paid to do that. Right? Without going to more school and going into more debt, I can't do that. But if I didn't need money, I would still do that. And I would go above and beyond because I would have the time and energy to do it because I wouldn't be working a stupid job where I need to make money. Right? Right? Here's the kicker. And again, this is my opinion, so feel free to disagree or agree or whatever. If money didn't exist, I would pick up trash off the street. Or like if money wasn't necessary, I would pick up trash off the street. I would do that all the time, right? It'd be great. If I could, if I didn't need money to live and I had money, I'd say that I'd feed homeless people. But they wouldn't need feeding, right? That wouldn't exist anymore. Because I do that now, right? If somebody stops me on the street and they're like, hey, do you have some change? I'm like, no, obviously. I don't carry money. It's 2023. But I am going into this Tim's and paying by phone. So if you want something, let me know. So once or twice a week, I get somebody a nice coffee and a hot sandwich. It's fun. It's good times, right? But if I didn't need money, I'd be doing that more. Because I was raised, going back to the cleaning up the streets thing, have you ever been told by your parents, like, don't do that, that's somebody else's job? Somebody gets paid to clean that up? Well, if I didn't have a job, if my job wasn't sitting in front of a screen and making ads for oil and gas companies to pay my bills, to put a roof over my head, to put food on my table, if I didn't have to work these 12-hour shifts because I can't get time off work even though I have brain damage, right? And so 12-hour shifts because I'm not paid hourly, I'm paid on salary, so the work needs to get done, which means 8-hour days aren't going to cut it because of the brain damage, right? Then I would spend more time. I would live my life like I was in World of Warcraft. Yeah, that's part of it too. Right? Yeah. Hi, and I know you're talking about the trash industry, right? But I would use some of this Twitch money to get safety gloves, to get an extra thing of trash cans from Dollarama, trash bags from Dollarama, and I just do it for fun. Right? It would be fun. Put on my GoPro, I'd stream it too, why not? You would swing unrealistic swords at goblins and trolls? No, I'm not that high level in World of Warcraft. I only played the free version, right? I would just wander. I would wander the streets of the place where I live and just go to anyone who has a little yellow exclamation point over their head and be like, hey, what do you need help with? Yeah, 19 levels. Right? Be like, hey, what do you need help with? Do you have a quest for me? Oh, you want me to go get you coffee? I will go get you coffee. Fantastic. You're gonna give me $5 to get you coffee? Fine, whatever. I do that. That sounds way better. Way more fulfilling than working even in a trade. Not just a 9 to 5. Even in a trade, that sounds way better. Right? Give me 5 XP. Canada is weird. They have yellow exclamation points over their heads. Right? Thanks, Trudeau. Gotta give out that XP for coffee, right? But I'm doing that while I work, so it's different for me. Yeah. Oh god, I just described unpainted interns. Yeah. I would if I didn't need money, I would totally be an unpaid intern. I would totally be an unpainted intern. I would be a blank slate intern. Literally. Knock on a random business. Hey, can I help you out with something? You can pay me. You don't have to pay me. I just need something to do today. Right? And I would be painted with that experience. Right? And I would become a painted intern.
For every step we take, there's always one.
This is what I wanted to talk about. This is where we're at now.
Our actions now build the foundations for what comes next.
Depressing, isn't it?
Hold on, I just got a weird message. So, take a look at this window right here. I know it's hard to take your eyes off my shirtless bod. Take a look at this window. Speaking of unpaid internships, what I do in my free time is my choice. It is. Do I have free time? No. No, because the time that I'm not working is time that I'm putting to content creation because that's an obligation. The time that I'm not working and putting towards content creation, I'm putting towards finding a new job or babysitting, right? Or maintaining social relationships once every few weeks. What I do in my free time is my choice. I don't have free time. Swipe text has odd ideas of what I'm saying sometimes. That's fine. So this window, I got an unpaid graphic design job a few years ago. So I put an unpaid graphics design job amount of effort into it. And I had to create a logo for a video series that was being done by the Ismaili Center in Toronto. So they made a video about Islamic geometry. The series is about architecture in general. I think the series was canceled. The logo is this window. I will send the video in the Discord if I can find it. Because I just took this window and I made this the logo for their video series, and it's cool. Share, copy link, in the Discord it goes. So those of you who are here in hour 5 will know where the logo for this video comes from. They got what they paid for. And no, nobody noticed. It went through multiple rounds of approval. It was published on their YouTube channel. Yeah. It's great. It's just this window. I did more than just steal the window. I did animate it and I changed the colors and stuff, but it's fine. Right? Now, if it was a paid job, then what I would have done is went to the artist that they interviewed who teaches online courses about Islamic geometry and learned something about Islamic geometry and then come up with another idea. Twitch is going to tip them off. I already posted it on TikTok and nobody said anything. Yeah. But this is not the right direction. But yeah. If I didn't have a job to work on, it is a generic enough shape, and I did restructure it so that it looks original. Like, unless you see the two of them together, you probably wouldn't notice what it is. Where am I going? Maybe this is the right way to go.
You and Armand's gonna get me killed.
Nope, that's not the right way to go. Is this the right way to go? No. Okay, what if I go here? Will you give me directions? No directions, huh? Can I get there? Okay, let's see if I can get there. No, I can't get there. It's blocked off. Okay, is there another way out of this place? This is so bizarre. That's a thing. How do I get down there? How do I get down there? Should I try dropping? No. I don't know. Good night, William. Hi, and if you want to go to sleep as well, you can. It is 1 a.m. and I pushed the 5-hour mark. I know I wasn't going to do that on normal streams, but here we are. Oh, there's a door. Okay, let me open the door. I think finishing off that level, I need to just collect some seeds and then go down, so I can do that in next stream as well. There we go. This was a good conversation. I like this conversation. I feel like I was much more present for this conversation than I have been for previous ones. Maybe the brain is finally healing. Nope. Spoke too soon. I love how earlier you said you've been more cynical than me and I think everyone is evil. I didn't think that would be a thing I said. I didn't think so either. When I was younger, I was a lot more cynical than I am now. Obviously, my religion is part of that. The fact that I've actually studied it and learned what it's trying to say instead of what my parents and grandparents say has helped a lot in that. But no, I've got cynical bones in my body. For sure. And also, we were talking about something that I'm very touchy about, which is systemic inequality. Again, not something that I was touchy about when I was younger, because I didn't have to face it.
Get lucky once.
Right? I made that video about personal racism versus systemic racism. When you are the only person of color in your city, or like one of two, there are not enough systems in place where you experience systemic racism. It's only interpersonal racism. So I'm very, very fortunate. This place has dirty air. I don't want to go there. So I'm very, very fortunate that I've had the upbringing that I've had and that I've been shielded from a lot of these problems. A lot of these problems as well. You can, and you can be more pushy if you want to get your point across. Part of the problem of being a content creator is I understand the dynamic of I'm the one on screen and most of the people here are here for me. And I noticed this a little bit with Taters as well, is that, and this is no offense to Taters, but I notice it in my TikTok comments a lot as well, is that I know that because of the platform, my point of view is going to dominate the conversation because I'm the one that's talking in real time, right? Whereas commenters and chatters they're a little bit lower on the power dynamic, right? So you're welcome to push hard, but I'm going to push harder, and because of this hierarchy that we exist in this current moment, it's not equal footing to have a discussion, right? And for the record, I do think antitrust laws need to be put in effect. Yes, that's something that we've agreed on time and time again. For sure. Big companies are too powerful. And I stand by my statement that the only thing standing in the way of the idyllic small businesses are running America is that the big companies are not put in check as much as they need to be. It's also unequal because it's text versus voice. Yes, right? Not only for like people who are listening and can't read fast enough, right? My stuff is on screen when I say it, but if you type out a message too close to someone else typing out a message, who knows? You might not, your message might not even be seen, right? The chat that I'm looking at is like 4 times as long as the chat that you guys are seeing on the screen. Oh, I missed a seed. Hold on. So I'm able to go back and check messages, whereas people who are watching the stream, if they're watching it like on their TV or in full screen, they won't be able to see it, right? Also, it's hard because you can't tell who I'm responding to. Yes, that's another thing. But yeah, that's one of the difficulties of having like, as I jump off the wall, that's one of the difficulties of trying to have like an honest, nuanced conversation online. And one of the reasons why Dunkin' on People is so successful, right? This platform is made for Dunkin' on People, right? When I watch other streamers, like, who did I watch? I'm trying to think. Like Dr. K. Dr. K, his chat is thousands and thousands and thousands of questions coming in right after the other, right? Comments, agreements. I've experienced this too. This is really helping me out. Blah, 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 blah. Right? But his video
Stay close, Owen.
is him not looking at them for most of the time. And then at the end he picks, I think they're triaged by someone else too, right? So he's only reporting to like one, right? That's the hierarchy of the stream. Even though I appreciate what he's doing, I also need to understand that it's not an equal conversation between him and the channels, right? Hassan is the other example, right? Hassan doesn't read, he reads most of the chat in his head, like you can see him doing it, but when he responds, he's only dunking on people. Even when someone's agreeing with him, he's dunking on people, right? That's just the power dynamic that's there. Which way am I going? Please don't make me go through the dirty air. Okay, I'm going through the dirty air. On something you said but forgot to reply. Right, it's also time sensitive, right? Discord is also... I feel like Discord theoretically would be a good place, but I also need to recognize the privilege that I have in the Discord of these are my followers and my name is on the Discord, right? So it's still not as equal footing as I would prefer to have these types of conversations. And I recognize my privilege in that as well. I try not to talk in the Discord, to share in the Discord, unless I'm saying something, you know, supportive or at least constructive, but you know, that just comes with the territory. And if you still want to be a content creator, right, which you were talking about in the first stream, there's threads and even voice chat if desired. Yes, there are those where you have more control over the conversation than you do out here. But like I was saying, if you want to be a content creator, if you still want to do that, then you have the opportunity to create a space where you're at the forefront as well, right? So I'm not going to say that I put effort into creating a platform where I'm at the forefront, because as we all know, this is all accidental. But yeah, I think I remember you saying that you wanted it to be big enough to have it be an income stream, not a substantial income stream, but I think I remember you saying that. I could be mistaken though. I could be projecting as well. Randomly for whatever reason I want it. That is how I started, right? I started with Let's make YouTube videos for the things that I want to talk about. Let's make TikToks for the things that I want to talk about. For the most part, my TikTok is still just things that I want to talk about. Like, I'm not going to make a video if it's something that I don't want to talk about. But unfortunately, this past year, coming up to 1 year, I've also had this feeling of obligation towards TikTok and towards content creation, which I find very, very frustrating. Especially because it wasn't my intention. That's okay. We are... I was just talking about how, because this is my platform with my face and my name, the people who are here tend to be people who agree with me, and you are one of those people. And I think Hein apologized as well for some comments that he had made earlier. So hopefully we're all good now. It would be nice. It would always be nice if the thing that you enjoyed doing turned into an income stream. But much like everything else, content creation, if you turn content creation into an income stream, and I have the opportunity to do that. See, even then, I summarized for you. You can speak for yourself, but I summarized for you, right? If you want to turn content into an income stream, and I've talked to people who are doing this, like Nick on the podcast is one of the people who's, in the process of turning content creation into an income stream, it becomes significantly less enjoyable, right? And I don't want to get to a point where I stop enjoying the content that I make. That's why when I make a big video that is controversial and gets a lot of hate, I stop making videos for like a week because I hate it. Right? But then I come back because I still feel like I have an obligation to make content. I should try doing the clock app again. It's just too addicting. I want to turn off my For You page and only upload and read comments. Yeah, I get to that point too. But again, and this is from Dr. K's stream as well. So back when hosting was a thing, I would host Dr. K's stream all the time. Like whenever I was watching it, I would host it. I don't know if you guys noticed because I don't know what hosting looks like on a user end. But he said start with 20%. If you're watching YouTube videos for, oh gosh, now I have to do math, for 5 hours a day, spend 1 hour a day making YouTube videos, right? If you're watching TikTok for, I don't want to check my screen time, but for time, right? Spend 20% of that time making TikToks. And when I first started being a content creator, this is not in the video that I'm responding to from Somberton. I don't know if Somberton is still here. It started off with that, right? So I'm gonna watch for a few minutes and I'm gonna make for a few minutes, and that was a nice healthy balance, right? But I didn't want to reply on TikTok. I don't remember that specific point. I remember before I started streaming, I don't know if I told you about this, but before I started streaming and before I started talking to you one-on-one, I made a video response to one of your comments about ACAP. And I did not post the video. And then I started talking to you on stream and I realized you were the same person, and I'm like, this is not how I want to talk to Hein. And that video is gone forever now. Why are people wanting to shoot at people? Yeah. I mean, tune into any of my streams and I will talk about that. Right? It's all about material conditions. If I want to be like textbooky about it, if I want to be frictionless spheres about it, dang it. Then it's material conditions. Otherwise, like if I'm being human about it, it's give people a school that they don't want to shoot at. Surround people with people they don't want to shoot, right? And it's hard. It's way easier said than done, but like, part of it is don't tell people that shooting people is a solution to their problems, and part of it is Don't give them problems that they want to shoot at,
Careful.
right? Or because people are full of hate and because they're evil. Nope. Disagree. I'm still gonna disagree. I think that's the part that we're never gonna agree on, and that's fine. And that's fine. I think one of the reasons I'm resistant to it is because I don't believe in evil, right? Just as like a philosophical thing, as a hypothetical, as a religious, as a frictionless sphere thing. I'm gonna keep using frictionless sphere. I like saying that. I don't believe in evil, right? But if I believed in evil, first of all, and I were to concede that everyone is evil, that would mean that I'm evil. That my mom is evil. That Power Masi is evil. That my brother is evil. That people that I love and care about, people who help me when I am beyond help, are also evil. Right? So what is the point of being kind if I'm going against the grain, right? Am I going in the right... Speaking of going against the grain, okay, I'm going in the right direction. Right? What is the point of being kind? What is the point of their kindness to me, right? And talking from personal experience, leaving the theoretical behind, I always feel like I am indebted to the people who love me, right? Well, I'm saying right, like, you know what's going on in my brain. I always feel like I'm indebted to people. My sister, I can never pay her back for the times that she has saved my life. Just being a phone call away, because, lived in different countries, right? Being a text message away. She's not that anymore, because she's mad at me. But no matter what I do, I can never repay that, right? Even the tiny things, like I went on a road trip to Miami and had a mental breakdown on the way because, you know me.
Armin doesn't stand a chance.
And just to have a friend that held my hand for a few hours while we were walking down South Beach in Miami at night, in between nightclubs. She was going into nightclubs and partying, and in between she would come outside and walk slowly with me and hold my hand, right? I cannot repay that in my entire life, is my feeling on that, right? So if I was evil, if they were evil, that debt becomes exponential, right? Because it's not that they're kind. It's not that they did a kind thing. They went against their nature. They went against who they are if they're evil in order to lend me their kindness. Right? There is no benefit to holding my hand when I'm having a mental breakdown. There's a benefit to me. Sure, there's no benefit for them. Right? So if they weren't good, at least a little bit, then I would owe them so much more. I would be indebted to them so much more than I already am. So the first reason is why I don't believe that all people are evil. But that second reason, that reason that comes from my experience, is why I don't want to believe that people are evil. Right? So if science came out today or tomorrow and said, all people are, we've quantified evil and we've noticed, there's the evil midi-chlorians that are found in 100% of people, right? We've quantified evil, we've proven evil, and it exists in every single person. Then yes, my first reason would go away. I would say, okay, this is evil. This is how evil is defined. Evil exists in people. But my second reason, I would still hold on to that. Because I don't want it to be true. And that's my own good old-fashioned Dhanani stubbornness coming through. Right? I gotta text my friend. She's sick. I will after the stream. Sarah says, I don't know what you mean by evil. Selfish, chaotic mean like seeing the word evil or good is seeing the word in black and white and nothing ever is. So Sarah doesn't know this. Hyan, if you want to define evil from your understanding, you can. And while you're typing that up, I'm going to define evil from my understanding. Evil, in my understanding, would be the same as cold. It would be the same as dark, right? Can you increase cold in a space? No. You can decrease heat. Heat is quantifiable. Heat is actionable. Cold is simply a word that we have for the absence of heat, right? Same with darkness. Can you make something more dark? No, but you can remove light, right? Light, photons, you can measure those. You can quantify those if you really want to, right? And so darkness, when you're looking from like a scientific standpoint, a physics standpoint, is a word that we have for the absence of light, right? So I see evil in the same way. Evil is not a thing that exists. It's not a thing that you can point to or measure or quantify. Evil is just a name that we've come up with for the absence of love. Not good, love. And again, this is my definition, so I'm going to play with words because that's what I do, right? And love is simply souls connecting, right? Whether that's through what we normally consider love, like affection or generosity, or whether it's through learning, or if you believe in magic, it can be through magic as well, right? Anything that connects souls together. Talking is love. Whether you're agreeing or disagreeing, right? Because you're learning about the other person. So when we say someone is evil, like Hitler, oh no, 5 hours and 22 minutes and he brings up Hitler. I wouldn't define what Hitler did as evil, right? He loved, don't Kanye West me, he loved Germany. He loved his people. He loved the heritage that he thought he had. Whether that heritage was true is debatable, right? But he loved it. But that love didn't extend to Jewish people. It didn't extend to political opposition. It didn't extend to gay people, right? And the absence of love towards those other groups that paid the cost for the love that he had is what we call evil. So that's my definition. Let me read Hein's definition in case you're just audio listeners. And why? I'm playing a video game. Super theological answer would be we're made in the image of God, so we desire for things like good or justice. Practically, I do struggle with it. Evil would be anything against God and his plan design for the world and people, since God is love and other things. Anything that's evil is based off hate. Sure. So you can already see the overlaps in these definitions. I need 30 more light seeds, which I'm going to get because I want to keep this conversation going.
Let's just concentrate on the task at hand. And then we'll work communities along.
People aren't designed to die, but we do. So, I like this interpretation. This is an interpretation that I grew up with as a Muslim. So I can't talk to the specifics about, where this comes from in the scripture and stuff like that, but I can talk about the same idea from a Muslim perspective. Okay, do I have all the light seeds from here? No. How about here? No. How about here? Okay, let's start here. Right? There's some overlaps. Yes, so the view that I have now and the view that you have now, I don't think are compatible, because yours is presupposing an authority, right? And mine isn't. However, the view that you have now and the view that I grew up with, so the view that my family has, the view that other religious education teachers that I currently work with have, the views that all of the missionaries that I disagree with now have, I think those are pretty much the same, right? And the view that's expressed in this video game is the same as that as well, right? When you do a good thing, you increase the light that's inside of you and you get closer to Ohurmazda, or Ormazd if you're going off the names in the video game, right? That's the definition of good in this worldview. I'm lost. Isn't there an entrance to a cave somewhere around here? Maybe it is this one. Okay, right? Where God is good and good is God, and everything that's from God is good. And in the Muslim interpretation, and I think this has overlaps with the Christian interpretation, so you can correct me if I'm wrong, God has set us on a path. And it's a narrow path. It's a difficult path. But Satan is around to make sure that we fall off the path. Right? That's what it says in the Quran. I'm pretty sure... I don't know how much Satan is talked about in the Bible, but in like the expanded universe of Christian literature, that's in there. Right? So the perfect of goodness is proximity to the divine, right? I wouldn't say doing a good thing brings you closer to God, but good is typo. Goodness is a reflection of God, right? So when I say close to God, I mean close to godliness. I will be more specific in my language. Thank you. So close to godliness, right? Goodliness is close to godliness. Oh, that's a long comment. Does not appear on the stream. For me, people always have a reason for doing something. Sometimes that reason is to help yourself, either at the cost of others or not, or to protect yourself from whatever you perceive as a threat, or to do things that make you happy. I feel like there's more there after the W. But I will comment on that in just a second, because I'm still talking about the Muslim version of what Hayan said, right? God has set out the path of goodness. And being good is a reflection of godliness, right? Divine perfection is what they call it in the Ismaili literature. Right? Obviously, because we are made of flesh, we cannot be divinely perfect the way that God is, right? But striving towards divine perfection, according to Al-Sijistani at least, is an act of perfection. Al-Sijistani defines perfection not as a thing that you can be, but as a thing that you can do. So any step towards divine perfection is perfect, according to him, right? The reason that I disagree with that, the reason that I disagree with Hayan's now, because I know I said, like, Hayan's belief is what I used to believe and now I don't. I don't want to say that Hayan's is an immature belief or that I've grown out of Hayan's belief. I just want to say the reason that I disagree with it now is because having studied, not studied, but like hung out with people from other religions, talked to people with different beliefs than my own, what I found is that even though Muslims and Jews and Christians and Rastafarians and Satanists all believe, maybe not Satanists, but they all believe in the same God, how they define good is different, right? And so what ends up happening is we get a prescriptive definition of good, right? Good ends up being, on a day-to-day sense, what my religion tells me, right? So if religions are as universal as people believe, and if God is as universal as people believe, then in my opinion, what makes somebody good would be the same across religions. And there is overlap. For sure there is overlap. Ten Commandments are a great example, right? There is overlap between religions, but there's also specifics that are not, right? And I talked about this in, oh, this was a while ago. Somebody asked what Muslims think about gay animals on TikTok, and I talked about it in that video. That the Muslim belief is that every life form has that connection to the divine, has that connection to God. But my personal belief is that what religion is today, what Islam is today, what Christianity is today, what Zoroastrianism is today, right? Is not a genuine reflection of the divine, right? And that is a bit of a projection because I've only studied my own religion in that much depth to know the historical influences that there are on religion, right? To know that the religion that we practice today is the practice of people, right? And that was the beef that the Prophet Muhammad had, that the Prophet Muhammad had before he was a prophet, right? He looked at the Christianity and Judaism at his time, and he said something has gone amiss, right? We're not doing it right anymore. And then he founded Islam. Now, whether you believe that Islam was divinely commanded, divinely ordained, divinely perfected, like it says in the Quran, that's one thing. Whether you believe it's purely fictive and it's just a political movement and blah, 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 that's fine too. The foundation is the same. And the foundation is the religion that we have isn't working anymore. Let's try something new, right? Oh, I can't get those. I don't have the right power-ups. Okay, that's fine. Lots of long messages. I would also say mankind can't be righteous even though we try. Jesus said, unless your righteousness is greater than the Pharisees, you cannot enter the kingdom of God. Yes. Yeah, so different reasons, but the same conclusion is that we're not gonna reach on our own without divine intervention, right? This is why Muslims say inshallah to everything in God's will. Without divine intervention, we're not gonna reach divine perfection, for sure. On board with that, right? But the steps that you need in addition to following the codes, following the code of conduct, it varies, right? So to me, good and evil don't really have permanent states. As we people define good in different ways, like most good for most people, not doing harm. And evil seems to be hurting people for no reason, which I feel like doesn't exist. Yeah. That's part of the reason that I came to the conclusion that I've come to, is figuring out what are the reasons why people do things that we perceive as evil, right? Because evil for the sake of evil is great in movies, but it doesn't exist in real life, right? And what I've found through my own observation, and again, anecdotes are not data, is that when people do something that I would consider evil, they're doing something that they would consider good, just not to me, right? I'm going in circles, both in this conversation and in the game. How do I get out of this? Can I go up? I can't go up. Can I go up? Okay, keep going across. And then, Sarah, that book that I sent you a page of. I was about to say screenshot. You don't take screenshots from a book. The book that I sent you a page of that had your name in it as a vocab word. Sorry, that was also not meant to be offensive. Was talking about just that. And the conclusion that Al-Sharastani came to in that book was there is a good and an evil that is ultimate, that is defined by God, but there's also a contextual good and evil, right? There's both. And he was using an example of the story of Moses, one of the stories of Moses. I don't know if it's popular in Christianity, but the story of Moses and Khidr is very popular in Islam, right? That if you live in this world, if your mind is in this world, if your focus is in this world, I would say if your priorities are on this world, then you're going to be stuck in the realm of contextual good and evil, right? Not through any fault of your own, but because we are limited as people, we can only see our context, right? But according to Khidr, at least, you can transcend human context, and you can figure out what divine good and bad are, and you can live that way. But if you do live that way, and if you do figure it out, then the people who are living in their context, and he used it to speak about time, right? The story that they're telling is Khidr did some stuff that would be considered immoral to prevent worse immoralities in the future, and Moses is like, but you don't know if that's happened or not. And Khidr is like, I do know that that's what's happened because I have divine knowledge. And Moses, in that case, is living in this world of doubt, living in the context of the time in which he lives, can't see beyond it, right? Again, I'm getting back into the theoretical, but the point is, there is both an absolute good and evil and a contextual good and evil. And some people, including Al-Sharistani, and I think Hayan as well,
Let's go on.
believe, I'm looking back at the chat, yes, Hayan also believes that, that it's possible to discern one from the other. Right and wrong changes. If right or wrong changes to what you don't like, then you are evil, or did society become evil? That's an excellent question. Does it get answered? So as someone who is non-religion, evil is against God. There's got to be an objective lawgiver to prevent morality flip-flopping. I believe you are wrong in that. Yes. So that is the tangent that I went on. That story. Luke. I think you're trying to say Luke, Hyan. There you go. Right? So that there is a good and evil of the world in which we live, and that for the people who understand divinity / believe in divinity, there is also a good and evil that extends beyond what we understand. Right? And again, this is a theologian speaking about two other theologians. So obviously that's their bias, right? Gotta get through this corruption. Symbolism is on point. Okay. Da, 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 da. Jesus talked about how the whole law was fulfilled by loving thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy strength, and with all thy mind, thy neighbor as thyself. Oh, that reminds me of the Gandhi quote. I don't remember the exact quote, but the paraphrase is, I like this Jesus guy. It'd be cool if Christians were more like him. I think he said, I like this Christ. It would be cool. I would prefer if Christians were more Christ-like. The whole law is fulfilled with love because that is what God is. So I have a question for Hayan, because you are somebody that practices these beliefs, and I am not. But I've heard from some scholars that these are primarily Jewish scholars, so that's the bias. That the law that was fulfilled by Jesus is the ritual law and not the practical law. Do you have a comment on that specifically? I'm sorry, Hayan, you cannot use your Book of God to tell you to define something the way that God wants, because that implies that you must believe in God first. We're having that conversation. Fun, fun, fun. Yeah. and again, my bias on this, I don't think I've talked to Sarah about this, but my belief in the divine is closer, technically, to atheism than it would be to theism. Which I don't tell a lot of people, because if I tell like my family or something, they'll get mad. This is how I get these light seeds. Dope. Okay. Can I go down here? Yes. Perfect. This also comes from, like, the particular beliefs that I have are also shared by some Jewish scholars that I do not remember the name of off the top of my head, but if I look back on my Twitter timeline, I did talk about them on there, so the names are listed there. Definitely fulfilled the ritual law, like killing animals and such. We still have to follow moral law because it's where we changed, and want to follow because we love. Okay. That's very interesting. I deal with this a lot with like Muslims and the Haram police as well. And even the missionaries, who I don't like, who are like, we are obligated to fill this law because we love the divine. And that sounds to me, I know I'm probably oversimplifying it, but it sounds to me like a contradiction. So since you've expressed that, can you, if you're comfortable, obviously, if you're comfortable, can you expand on how, is that Arabic? It's not Arabic. Is that Persian calligraphy? Okay, if I fall again, I'm gonna read that, try to read that. Where to now? Up here? Okay. Nope, that wasn't it. Oh, I don't know which part you want me to say again. Let me catch up on the chat. 1 John 4 says, anyone who doesn't love doesn't know God because God is love, which looks different from the world defines love. It's supposed to be deeper and better than what the world offers. Doesn't matter if we believe in, not if God exists. If God exists, it does not matter. If God doesn't exist, it still doesn't matter. In my opinion, it doesn't matter either way. Because whether God exists or not... Ooh, how do I get to those light seeds? I want to get to there. Oh, that's a long way down. Okay. For me, and I'm coming at this from a historical perspective, obviously, it does not matter if God exists. It doesn't matter if a specific definition of God exists. What matters is that people believe in gods. God or gods. Because belief in God affects people's behavior, right? So for me, it doesn't... Whether God is real or not does not matter. That was a leap of faith. I said something about Muslims being obligated instead of doing it because of love. Yes, so I've heard people say that they are obligated to follow the laws. They are obligated to follow the laws because they love the divine. And that's what's being taught, like to children and stuff. So I don't know if you've encountered that line. So yes, the courtrooms, that's an excellent example, right? Because if courtrooms are real and you don't believe in them, you will still go to court if you break the law, right? And you might be tempted more to break the law if you don't believe in courtrooms, right? If courtrooms don't exist and you believe in courtrooms, you're still less likely to break the law, whether courtrooms exist or not, right? So it doesn't matter if courtrooms exist. the belief in courtrooms is what affects people's behavior. Right? Now, some people, a lot of people, which is why we still have organized religion, need their specific God to exist. And I have a video saved about this that I wanted to post on TikTok, but I don't know. Where they have created, whether or not God exists, they have created a vision of God, an understanding of God, an interpretation of God that suits their moral needs, right? Whether this is something that is taught to them, whether it is something that they have personally observed. I've had students who have personally had, you know, supernatural experiences that strengthen or weaken their belief in God. I've had supernatural experiences that weaken my belief in the specific type of God that my parents wanted me to believe in, right? Right. So, in this conversation, for the purposes of this conversation, right? And yes, I agree with Sarah where law is nothing if not enforced. But I still believe that whether people believe or not that a law is enforced, whether it's by cops or the courts or anything, doesn't really matter, right? If you know you can get away with a crime, let's take courts out of it for a second. If you know you can get away with a crime, would you still commit it? Whether the authority is God or whether the authority is the church, if you knew you could get away from punishment from that authority, would you still do it? Honest question for, I guess, the two people that are still here. I want it. Okay. I gotta run first. God would have a courtroom because God is all-knowing, just judge. God wants justice. That's why Jesus was sent to earth. Right. Hyan, I hope you are seeing the circular logic that you're coming to. I don't want to devalue circular logic, and I don't want to invalidate your belief. I just hope that you're noticing that. Right? Because whether or not God exists, if God exists, Hyan believes in God, Sarah doesn't believe in God. If God doesn't exist, Hyan believes in God, Sarah doesn't believe in God. Does it change anything if God is real or not? Today? No. When we die? Maybe. But I haven't died yet, so I don't know. Have I gotten all the light crystals, light seeds? I've gotten most of them. Let's go to the next place. Do I have enough? I have enough. Let's go back to the temple. Heck yes. Let's go to the temple. Still gotta go the same direction. Yeah. And I think Sarah was raised a little bit more Muslim, so it's less of a courtroom and more of just a line where you stand in and wait for your book to be read. I say that condescendingly because I know she doesn't believe in it anymore, but like, it's kind of weird. I would not do anything even if I wouldn't get in trouble. Today doesn't change much, but once we're dead, it's too late. Yeah, once we're dead, it is too late. Right? But you won't know the answer until you're dead. Right? So what if we die and it's a different God?
Return to the temple. The final key to safety can soon rest with us.
What if we die and the God from this video game turned out to be the real God? Right? Then what would happen?
I think we have enough light seeds now. We could gain
I know it's comedy and comedy shouldn't be used in like important discussions like this, but the McElroy brothers have a bit where they end up at the pearly gates and like St. Peter is there and he opens the door. Actually, are they Christian? I don't know if they're Christian. St. Peter is there, and he's standing there, letting people into heaven and not letting people into heaven. I don't know the specifics of what St. Peter's job is. And he turns to one of them and says, "Sorry, I can't let you into heaven. You didn't collect enough acorns." That's Hyan, that's not the question that I asked. That's not the question that I asked. Also, this is the thing that I said I was going to read. This. Har. It says Carl. Who's Carl? Did Carl work on this game? Why does it say Carl on this wall? Anyway. Anyway. Yes, the question is, what happens if you die and there's a different god from a different religion? Let's use Ormazd as an example from this video game. So going back to the McElroy bit real quick. Their joke was, St. Peter says, we can't let you into heaven, you didn't collect enough acorns. Right? What if they were following the wrong rules? Right? And that's my question. Because Hyan only believes in one interpretation of God here. His more tradition, I don't think, is evidence to him being the gatekeeper. That's fine. That's, like I said, I don't know those specifics. That's just what the bit was. But Hyan believes in one interpretation of God. I believe in a slightly different interpretation of God. Sarah here believes in no interpretation of God.
Oh, you're heavier than you look.
But if there are hundreds and thousands of interpretations of God, then Hyan is only 1 point away from being Sarah. I'm only 1 point away from Hyan. I'm only 1 point away from Sarah. Sarah's only 1 point away from all of us. Right? So my question for Hyan is, okay, I think this has the best evidence of being real. That's the answer that I was looking for. Right? You have confirmed your faith. Right? I'm a pagan that believes in a bunch of gods, right? If anything, Taters has the highest chance. We've all marked one answer on the test. Taters has marked a bunch of answers. I forgot Taters is still here. Welcome back, Taters. Hope your kids are doing okay. Right? But Hyan has confirmed, right? Hyan has his faith. I don't know if you were born into it or if you found it later on. I don't remember if you've mentioned it. I don't think you have, right? But you've confirmed it, right? You have evidence and you have trust that you've made the right decision, right? So the next question, when we're having these sorts of religious discussions and stuff, is what evidence do you have? And will that work on other people? Right. We've talked about blind faith before. And I'm not saying that you had blind faith, but Sarah's new here, so we're just clarifying, right? So does the evidence that you have work for other people? Does it convince other people? So far, no. At least not Sarah. Was I supposed to go this way? I stopped paying attention. Yes, I am supposed to go this way, right? So this is where, like, scientific community comes in, right? If you do a study and you confirm a hypothesis, what's the next thing that happens? Someone else does the study, right? Maybe they change a different condition, right? Born into the church but not religion. Okay, we're working with different terms here. How do you define church versus religion? Just to make sure we're on the same page. I grew up in the church but had to find it myself. Don't think someone can be born into it. Okay. So that I've already stated my belief about that specific thing earlier. We don't need to rehash that.
I'll keep you safe. Don't let the cops attack you. You will be stopped.
Okay. I went to church since I was a baby, but I believe growing up in the church doesn't make you a Christian. Okay. So what does then? I'm not sorry, that sounds condescending, but I didn't mean it to be condescending. So the first question was, how do you define church versus religion? Because I'm coming from the perspective where those are the same thing. But I think we can find some common ground. I just need to know where you're coming from. And the second one was, what makes a good Christian? And also, can someone who's not Christian be a good Christian? That one's more for curiosity. Am I going this way? Yeah. And while you're thinking about that and typing that out, because again, power dynamic, I'm gonna answer that last question from my perspective, because I think it's a very interesting question. Being a follower of Jesus, repenting in sin, belief in Jesus' work. Okay, so how does one repent? I have a lot of questions. Maybe we need to like set up a different, like on the next stream, I just have you call in instead of playing a video game, and then I can just learn more about you. Be a good Christian externally, sure anyone could. Not sure truly a Christian though. Okay, so I was gonna say, oh, cuneiform. Can't read that. Okay. There's cuneiform and Kufic script. Okay, maybe Ubisoft did not do as much research as I'm giving them credit for. Ooh, light seed. Okay, hold on, let me grab this. Nope, that didn't work. Yeah, it's hard over text and my fingers are cold, so typing is hard. And it's late. Yeah, totally. If you want to, we can talk about it on Discord before we start. But if you want to do a call-in, I'm more than happy to. My other call-in got delayed because she hasn't watched Star Wars yet. Da, 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 da.
Here we go. Hold on tight.
No.
Yeah, so I was gonna say that I think Sikhs, for example, if a Sikh person, not like Sikh, but like Sikhism, Sikh, if a Sikh person follows the tenet of their faith, I think that makes them a good Muslim. And I'm willing to say, forget the Shahada, forget the declaration of faith, which I feel like is similar to what Sarah is saying of accepting Jesus, like declaring Jesus as your Lord and Savior, right? I think they're good Muslims without that, right? I don't know enough about Christianity to... Okay, yeah, that's fine. It's your comfort level, right? I've been practicing being live. I don't want to put you under any undue pressure, for sure. But we can talk over Discord as well. I'm more... I know I started off as combative, but I'm more curious than anything else. I've overcome the hump of combativeness. Where's the power plate? Here's the power plate. I feel like 3 out of these 4 power plates are just jumping from one place to the other. Seems like a cop-out.
I will be free.
hope I don't have to fight her dad
Father,
again.
no!
I do. I do.
Father, it's Ahriman. You must fight him. Hold on.
Oops. That's the wrong button. Oh no, he threw the pink at me. Stay down, stay down. Dang it. I like this guy's outfit too. I know he's like corrupted by evil and stuff, but King of Persia has a pretty cool outfit. I also love the insinuation that Persians have long hair in this time period, because Persians and Arabs are the ones that brought short-haired hairstyles to men in Europe. They pioneered them. Also, vests are Persian. That's just a fun little fact. I'm gonna read Sarah and Hyan's comments in just a bit. I'm just in the middle of this fight scene. Man, streaming is great for my neurodivergence.
We shall triumph.
I can talk to people while focusing my attention on something else, and it's not weird because you're watching it. Oops.
Hey, princess!
Save the princess. Get the princess. Okay.
We must go on. Against the darkness.
Oh, I don't check Instagram, haters. I gotta see your new Instagram. Okay. With the Mormons, I went when I was young to use the baptism for the dead, because one of the way to get into heaven is you must be baptized in the name of Jesus. And so for everyone who died before they could be baptized or not registered in the Christian, we did baptisms for them the way that they would accept in the afterlife. I remember that from the Knowing Better video. Sorry, not to reduce your religion to a YouTube essay, but that's where I heard that. I'm trying to think of something, but I'm struggling. Though a bad Christian is a hard thing to measure without seeing fruits, and even then we don't know the heart. So I've been baptized like 700 times. Don't know enough about the rituals of Mormons. 700 times? Who needs baths? That's only like every day for 2 years. I'm pretty sure Sarah is older than 2 years old. Pretty sure. Okay. Vests. Love vests. I do know Mormon theology is works-based, which I reject. My fingers are struggle bussing. As an agnostic, Hein, why are you cold? Do you not? Are you outside? Somberton's still here. Cool. As an agnostic, I feel like if I were to follow a very specific god or religion, they would have to pass my qualifications of morality, not the other way around. Heat is expensive. Heat is expensive. I can agree with that, which is why in my office, I don't pay for heat. Also at home, I don't pay for heat because I don't get heat at home. My fingers would probably be just as cold as yours if I was at home. Yeah, so this is like this is like the big question of when it comes to the religions that we have is where does this morality come from, right? It's a huge question. Speaking of where does this morality come from, I don't know where Hyan is right now, but I know one of the places he hangs out has exposed structure of the house. So maybe matches are not the best idea if he's there. Right? Because it's super, and this is the beef that I have with the Sunnis. So to get off Hyan's back for a second, this is beef that I have with the Sunnis, is that morality comes from the book. Cool. That's a book, right? If it's a book that not everybody follows, how are you supposed to navigate that? Which brings us back to my favorite topic, the Bengal method of law from 1772. Not painted, but still. Just not painted, still. Okay, it has been patched up. That's nice. You don't post anymore, so I don't see the updates anymore. Not that you have to post, not that I have to see updates. I'm just telling you where my biases are coming from. But yeah, and also going back to some of the conversation before is that if you use the book to justify the book, it's hard to get people on board with that, right? There needs to be something that you need to find evidence from outside the text. And I think Hyan has done that, has like looked at the text and looked at his own experience and come to that conclusion, which is cool. It's always nice when people have faith. But some people don't do that, right? My grandparents never did that. My mom tried to do that, but that was at a time when that was not allowed. So she never got to do that. Now she asks me questions because I do that, right? I want to paint before you post. That's fine. Take your time. No rush.
Keep your eyes open.
Why are you so jumpy?
I'm not jumpy. It's just there's quiet and then there's too quiet.
Weird thing to say after you defeat an enemy. Yes, there should be evidence outside the book, kind of like if I said I was amazing at playing guitar. You'd want me to be able to back it up. Yes. And at least to my satisfaction, I don't know about the other chatters, Hyan has at least said that that's the case. So I'm going to believe him. He says contradictorily. I believe that you have experiences that provide evidence that back up the book. Because you've also talked about how much you hate it when people don't do that.
Don't
So,
say it's quiet. Don't ever say it's quiet.
right, I wasn't going to test you on that either, right? You're not a religion. I can have blind faith in you, Hyan. Oh no! Yeah.
Never say it's quiet.
So as coming from my perspective, as somebody who's read like a lot of books, the books that I read have two sources, right? Because they're majority Muslim books, they're mostly Ismaili books. Source number one is the Quran, right? But source number two is natural sciences, because they are Ismaili. And Ismailis, if nothing else, are bunch of nerds, right? And I don't know, I've talked about this before. I don't know if I've talked about this on stream or if I've talked about this on TikTok. But historically speaking, like one of the many reasons why Muslims don't like Ismailis, other Muslims don't like Ismailis, is because Ismailis love natural sciences. Historically. They don't anymore. They're a bunch of blind faith weirdos now. But historically, if you saw a Muslim and you're like, oh, he's paying a little bit too much attention to biology, he's probably Ismaili, right? And that second source is convincing enough for me, right? Some of the things that I read, I'm like, this connection between science and the Quran is not doing it for me. But the value that they have on the natural sciences that I can, and sometimes have gone out and confirmed on my own, or like read up on, that's where my faith comes from, right? So the second foundational text for the Ismailis, the first foundational text is the Quran, obviously, but the second foundational text after the Quran is Rasail Ikhwan as-Safa, the Epistles of the Brethren of Purity. And what that is a 52-volume science textbook. And I've only read about half of it so far, because not all of it's been translated into English. I'm still waiting on 3 volumes. And then also, it's in Florida, so I can't read it. I only have 2 of the volumes here. But the scientific sides of things, the physical sides of things, are stuff that I can confirm with elementary school, right? Things like numbers, arithmetic, geometry, right? Some of the other stuff like logic, rhetoric, and music is stuff like middle school and high school, but it's the most basic thing. And that is what renewed my faith. Because I would agree with Hyan. I was raised in a congregation, didn't really feel it. Not a huge fan, didn't believe in it, right? It wasn't until I found these medieval texts that are like, science, 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 that I'm like, okay, I'm on board with the science. Thank you for the stretch. Thank you for the hydration check. It's just crossed my threshold of belief, and my eyes have been opened to by the Holy Spirit, so I can believe. So I can believe, else I would be able to truly believe. That second part, maybe I'm not reading it right, but that, I don't know what you're trying to say there. Do you mind restating that in a different way? Just the parenthetical part. Right, I'm not following your logic there. Your theologic. Maybe I'm getting tired too. I know this is like my favorite thing to talk about, but I am getting tired. My assumption is it's similar to the God has put blinders on the non-believers. So like you can only see evidence of God if God wants you to see evidence of God. I think that's what you're going for. But I don't want to put Muslim words in your Christian mouth.
Do you like worrying me?
Nope, 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 nope. Basically, I believe that no matter how much I try, if the Holy Spirit doesn't open your eyes, then you can't truly believe. You can see evidence, but you won't truly see or believe things. Okay, yeah, okay, same thing. Same belief. All good. See, I mean, that's not a belief that I hold. That's a belief that's from the Quran, if you take the Quran literally. But there's overlap between the Islam and the Muslims and the Christians.
How do you want to spend today?
We're all al-Kitab. Pardon my Arabic. I've been doing so good about pronouncing Arabic things in the Arabic way, and then I just skimped on al-Kitab. I still want to figure out who Carl is and why he spelled his name like that on that wall. Yes. Okay. That's a good word for it. I will use that in the future instead of just trying and failing to explain the first part of chapter 2 of the Quran.
I don't think
I know, but I just like Khair. I'll let him live. I just got me thinking. Because that's totally something I would do if I was a game dev. Actually, no. That isn't something that I would do if I was a game dev. Because if I was making a video game that takes place in pre-Islamic Persia, I would not use Arabic script for my Persian writing on the walls. I would stick to cuneiform because I'm not dumb. Carl. Okay, I can't click on links while this is going, so let me see if I can get it on my phone.
can't. And you're an ugly
I
mother
can't.
too.
Can you send it again so I can see it on my phone? Sorry. Because I can't click on stuff while the game's going. It's what Calvinists and others would call it. The word election is used in the Bible, but the divine part is added later to describe the whole theological belief. Oh, don't get me started on words that are used in Scripture and then added on to later on. Frustrating. Carl Boulay. Mass Effect, Prince of Persia. Oh, dude! Cool.
Do you want to rest?
That's Carl. Thanks, Carl. Thanks, Taters, for finding out who Carl was. Did I? Okay, I gotta bookmark this page. Hold on. Calvinists are... Yes, I've heard about the Calvinists. You learn about them in U.S. history a little bit. Not U.S. history. British history? Okay, I've heard of them. It's only added on to clearly describe the doctrine because some people would say election was less than divine. Yes. No, that's the reason. I'm just, again, talking from my own perspective. It happens a lot. And then people like to add on different words, and then it changes the meaning, and then people disagree on the words that are added instead of the words that are there, and it's very frustrating. Exactly like you said, right? You add on the word to provide clarification, but it doesn't clarify all that much. Nope, that was not the right place to go.
Ready to go on?
Are the outcome of the Reformation. Gotcha. I need to brush up on my Christian history. I know I focus a lot on Ismaili history because it's fun and it's me. But I do need to, like, put some more effort into other people's religion. I haven't done that in a hot minute. I don't know why I'm getting Pampers ads on this IMDb page that Taters sent. Taters, did you also... No, your kids aren't in diapers. Right. And getting that clarity, at least in my experience, is super frustrating. Tedious. That's fine. You know what they say? Well, you know what the Quran says. Every man is entitled to his religion, so... Gender exclusionary language aside, that's something I stand by. Oh, that was easy. Okay. No, I got Prime Video ads. Why am I getting diapers ads then? It's fine. This is what happens when you turn off all your cookies. They don't know what to advertise to you. Like, oh, who's looking up an IMDb page for a video game developer at midnight 20? Must be a dad. Not yet. Not yet. I did, while I was filming the story tropes TikTok today, I did actually get those 2 in a row, but I couldn't get the filter to work. So the first one I got was actually accidental pregnancy. So maybe my 2023 starts now with an accidental pregnancy. Oh, butterflies. I didn't notice the butterflies before. That's super nice.
Here.
Do I have a name yet? Oh yeah, this is a fun story about Akil. In my family, and I don't know how this is gonna go because we only have 1 grandkid so far. But so far, we've been naming the kids 4-letter names that start with A if you're a boy and Z if you're a girl. So we have Akil, that's me, Adil, Azan, Akif, and Zain in the family. And then the first grandkid is Zaya. So if it's a boy, it's gonna be it's gonna be an A name. And if it's a girl, it's gonna be a Z name. And I don't know where I'm going off of this platform, but also, is that the Assassin's Creed logo? Neat. So here's the problem that I have with Z names, is that I really like the name Abra, which is a Persian name. What up, video game reference? And it means lesson. And my name is Arabic, and it means person with wisdom. So what does a person with wisdom help to make? Lessons. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with the next baby. If it's an A name, because he's male so far, then I will have to stick to the pattern. There's probably going to be a few more kids before I have one. I don't have the equipment.
Wasn't made for this kind of thing.
Was that the Disney zombie movie? The one that was secretly racist? The zombie movie about segregation? No, I tried to do that already. So yeah, I really like the name Abra. Maybe there was a Disney Channel original movie that was about zombies being integrated into a human high school, and it was like very thinly veiled allegory for segregation. Yeah, that's the one. That's the 3. I don't need any more light seeds, do I? I'm just collecting them for fun. Oh, I'm collecting them because you can get more skins if you collect all of them. Those are the ones that I'm missing. Oops. I'm pretty sure these are like proto-Assassin's Creed symbols. Like, I know this game came out 2 years after the first Assassin's Creed, but I feel like this was in the test design. This was before Zombie High. Okay. The second one is about respecting First Nations folks who were here first. The third has a non-binary character. Okay, cool. I guess they picked up their slack after the first one. gonna... It's midnight and a half, so I'm probably gonna wrap up soon. We're here. I guess I could wrap up here. I don't have any missions coming up that I'm in the middle of, so...
No!
Was a mockumentary style found footage. They're pretty good conversation starters. The zombie movies? Because I was in high school in peak zombie fandom, and let me tell you, not a good conversation starter. Unless you want to talk to just the weirdest people that don't have anything to say except how many weapons they carry with them to school. Okay. I'm gonna find a nice place to stand, and I'm gonna save this game, and then I'm just gonna be done for today. Actually, how many more places do I have to unlock? 3 more places to unlock, and 3 more boss battles. Oh yeah, I can get this done in 1 more stream. For sure. Disney Zombies has been a great conversation starter to teach about important issues. Okay, if you're using it as a teaching moment, that's fine. But if you're just sitting there like, okay, so segregation is good, right? People who look different then will eat your brains? Sure, totally. All right. Thank you everyone for joining on this 6.5-hour stream. Oh no, this is way too long. But we were having a good conversation. I like today's conversation. Maybe it'll continue on Discord, maybe it won't. Who knows? We'll see. Okay, to be fair, I won't want my brains ate. Yes. And that's why American racism is founded in pseudoscience, which is a topic for a different time. Thank you all so much for joining. I will see you on TikTok tomorrow. I will see you on... How do I end my stream is the next question. Stream manager. Live stream? It's always a struggle to find the stop button. Okay, let me exit out of this game. Always a struggle. It's always a struggle. I know that's not the point at all. Everyone have a good week. It's Tuesday. It's only Tuesday. You have a whole week in front of you. Enjoy it. Spend time with the people or the animals or the things or the situations in that you love. Do I want to end it there? Yeah, I think I'm going to end it there. Bye, everyone.